Hey, everybody. Welcome. Ready to get this thing started today. What's up, Mr. Bill? How are you? If you are joining me from anywhere other than TikTok, make sure that you say hello because I won't see that you join in the comments until you speak in the comments. What's up, Penny GF? Hey, Conchita. What's up, Lisa? I need to respond to your text. I'm aware. Hey, Rachel. How are you? How is everyone? It is Tuesday. Good morning, Veronica. It's afternoon for me now, but it is what it is. Hi to the other Lisa. What's up, Dana Do? Hi, Veronica. Hello, Sharon. How are you? Everybody's doing okay. What's up, Scoops? Hello, Tracy. Good to see you. Hey, Sharita. Hey, Dax. Hey, Allie Nicole. What's up, Marcia? How you doing? Hey, Edith. What's up, Tara Love? Hey, Sandra. How are you? Glad to see peeps rolling in from wherever you may be. Hey, Mary Shaw. I'm good. Been busy today. Hey, Sarah. So if you haven't seen already, I have a new Substack article that is up. What's up, Stacy D in the place to be 2409. Hey, Siberio. What's up, Katrina? So I do have a new Substack article that is up. I did put up a new reel or a post today on Facebook as well, and then a new video on TikTok. So what's up, Dr. Emmy? This is probably hell no, Lisa. I haven't had a chance to yet. I just need to find it soon. What's up, Chef Ryan? Hey, Donna Ski. Hey, Pamela. Good to see you. What's up, hospice nurse? Girl, don't put your feet on him. Thank you. Appreciate it, Lisa. Yeah, it is afternoon now, right? Hey, Brandy, how are you? I want to talk about a couple of different things. Dr. Emmy, the first part of this conversation, you're probably going to be like, get the fuck out of here. Nope, I have not. I have been really busy since 6 o'clock this morning. The first part of the morning, Bella and I went outside on the balcony. We watched the sunrise together. I did a little meditation and reading time. And then what after that, Belle? I don't know. I think then I did the, I did the Substack article. Then I cooked them breakfast. What's up, Susie Inman? Good to see you. Hey, Beth Evans. What's up, Grammy? And so then did the Facebook post after that, edited some video, and then did the TikTok video, and now I'm live. So it's been a full day, and it's only noon. What's up, St. Bart? Yeah, Marky, thanks. I appreciate that. So yeah, it's been a full day for me already. It's only 12 o'clock, and hey, tech lady, it is going to be a long day for me. What's up, Blue Honey Pot? But that's okay. We got a lot to talk about, and I really do want to dive in. This first one is important, not just to me and the people that live in Tennessee, but everywhere with the way that this country is going. But it hits home for me because it's actually from back home, from where I'm at. So y'all know that I'm from Northeast Tennessee. And this first clip that I'm going to share with you all today specifically comes from that area and from that region. I want to give it a second for folks over on the Book of Faces to join. What's up, Laura? Because that's where a lot of my folks back home watch me from. And I would really like to make sure that those folks get in here to see what has happened. Hey, Jeremiah Raid. Hey, Cheryl. Good to see you guys. Candy Kiss. Hi, folks. Hello, Thomas Griffin. Good to see you. Hey, Edith. What's up, Mom with Goals? Hey, Tam Bam. All Jeremiah's folks coming over here. Yeah, it's a lot. Hey, Molly. It's Molly. Has that been verified? I have never heard the name If the Practice. I don't know what you mean. So all I know is she stood up and said it at a town hall. Like, have you seen the video, MBW? Molly? Have you seen the video? Because I've seen the video. I'm going to play the clip for everybody. I mean, hold on a second. I don't know from what I heard, she didn't name the practice. Oh, yeah, you're welcome, Mom with Goals. I need to do another one though. Yeah, I didn't hear her name the practice. Did you hear her name the practice? What's up, Kathy B? Hey, Gabe to Babe. Because in the video, I didn't hear her name the practice. You didn't hear a practice named either? Yeah, I know she said it was an OBGYN, but the videos that I've seen, she has not named a practice. But it's from a Jonesboro town hall. I would imagine, give me a second. Let me just look real quick. I wonder if their town halls are live streamed. All right. So let's take a look. Well, here's what I will tell you is that, yeah. So let me tell you how I know it's real is she talked to Justin Canoe over at the Holler, posted about it, and yeah, oh, I love the clip that Justin has up because this woman is actually talking to Gloria Johnson. So that's where this is at. This town hall is Gloria Johnson's town hall. And yeah. No, I'm looking at it now. No, it's real as hell. So I'm glad I looked at Justin's video because his is better than the one that's going around TikTok. It made it into the Tennessee Repro News. And so yeah, we're gonna talk. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. So I do want to go ahead and say this. Yeah, it's very, very real. Yeah, well, here, hey mom, how are you? Okay, so yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and share his clip with you guys just so you all can hear it as well. But before I do that, I know Candy Kiss, I'm talking across the board here. So for everybody that knows, you are watching me on 4 different platforms at the same time. And so I'm engaging. No, we don't go until tomorrow, Renee. So I'm engaging with multiple people from multiple places. So just give me one moment and give me a little bit of grace. So the first thing that I want to say before I dive all the way into the things that are listed is I want to tell you all that Mike Johnson has sent the House home. You all probably know this. I saw it earlier today. Mike Johnson has sent home the House of Representatives until September to avoid a vote on the Jeffrey files. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that the House is now in recess. They will not be back in, thanks Steffi G, until September in order to avoid a vote on the Jeffrey files. The other thing that is important is that what is happening now is the DOJ is going to speak with Ghislaine Maxwell first before Congress can speak with her. And I think that people should already kind of get the gist of what that is about. I think that the DOJ wants to get a definite and a clear understanding of what Ghislaine Maxwell, could say, may say, might say before they just let Congress talk to her right off the gat, right? What's up, Rebecca Littlebird? Exactly, Blue Honey Pot. So here's the thing. Okay, can I just, I've said this and I'm going to continue to say it. I don't care. I don't need to see a file that says the man's name is in it. They were best friends for 15 damn years. Jeffrey Epstein gave over 100 hours of voice recorded interview to Michael Wolff for his Fire and Fury book. And Epstein said, this is something to consider. Coming from Jeffrey, sorry, I gotta watch my words, but coming from Jeffrey, he's the one who said that Trump has no scruples. And coming from Jeffrey, that's a hell of a thing to say, right? So if you haven't looked in my link tree, there is episode 22 of the Fire and Fury podcast. You get a glimpse of Michael talking about his interviews with Jeffrey and all of that. So his book came out, I want to say in 2018, 2019, one of the two. So here's what I believe the timeline looks like. Okay. So here's what it is, right? So in 2017, Jeffrey does 100 hours of interview with this guy for his book called Fire and Fury, right? Well then plug it up, sis. It's right there. And then in 2018, no, I'm working. You plug it up because I'm working so we can go to the beach here. So, well, then, girl, it can just stay right here and just be dead. And then in 2018, the book comes out. And then in 2019, Jeffrey is arrested, and y'all know the rest from there, right? So I think that it's an interesting timeline. Maybe nobody else thinks so, but I think that in 2017, you do an interview for a dude that's writing a book, specifically about Trump. And then after that, yeah, absolutely. SR Brusso. I talked about this yesterday. I would love for you to come up. Let's talk about that. Join the panel so you and I can discuss that very thing, because I touched on it briefly yesterday. For you guys that can't see on TikTok, SR Brusso said, quote, Dems had every opportunity to put the bad info out during Biden's year. They would have, with an exclamation point. And I talked about this very point yesterday. So I would love for this individual to join the panel and we can talk about it. What? Where'd you get that? Where is that? Get it off my couch, please. We do not put markers on my couch. Markers off my couch. Okay. Yeah, SR Brusso, I guess you're not joining, right? Okay, cool. All right. So let me just go ahead and I will tell you all my thoughts about this. When people say that Joe Biden would have been able to that Joe Biden had all of this information during his administration, and if there was something bad in there, he would have put it out. Let me just go ahead and tell you my take on that. No, he wouldn't. And I will tell you why he wouldn't, and why I think he wouldn't, and why I wouldn't if I were him. Okay. So here are my thoughts around this. Number one, when Joe Biden came into office in 2021, there was a global pandemic taking place. He had other problems to worry about, including rolling out a much needed vaccine for the people in the country and around the world. He had a supply chain issue that was absolutely devastated. That was also a global issue. He had inflation that was rising because of these things. He had, hundreds of thousands of Americans that were unaliving. He had children not in schools. And how do we manage all of that? How do we manage, corporations? Like, there were just bigger fish to fry than worrying about the Epstein files. Hey, not today. That is how much I am not doing it today. Sometimes you have to elevate the voice and let them know you're just not playing, because I'm not. So anyway, if you touch each other, I'm going to take technology and put both of you in timeout. So anyway, because here's the thing, they don't do that until I start. They do not do that until I start. And today I don't have time for it. I have way too much on my plate, and I'm not doing it today. So that's as gentle as I'm going to be for right now. Right, Stephanie Rose. I do have a command sergeant major voice. So anyway, so no, I don't believe that Joe Biden would have put it out. Plus, let me just say this as well, folks. Even if he had put it out, there's not a single MAGA that would have believed him. So why waste your time? You hear me? Do y'all hear me? Even if Joe Biden, if that administration had put it out, no one would have believed him. They would have said 100% that it's a hoax, that it's more Russia, that's what they would have said. So why bother when you could instead be focusing on things like the Infrastructure Act? Give it to me right now. Okay, well, have fun with that charger without your phone. Right? If you swing that charger around, I'm going to take it. Do you hear me? Now go on and sit down somewhere for the day. I'm done. Right. I'm not fooling with it. Right. So y'all just, it's not that they are testing any more than usual. It's that I just don't have the, ugh. Yeah, stuff we really needed. Exactly, Stacey D. And Molly, here's the thing that they can be reached. They can. And how do I know that there are MAGA that can be reached? Because I've reached them. 100%. I've reached them. So they can be reached. They cannot be reached through mass media. They cannot be reached through something coming. Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. They can't be reached in those ways, right? In order for us to reach individuals, it takes individual conversations, and it takes like intent. It takes understanding. It takes compassion. It takes not taking it personal that they are the way they are, right? It literally means those things, right? So I think it's important that we stop grouping people together. We have to stop saying, oh, liberals are like this and MAGAs are like that, because folks, that is a division that we cannot continue to have, because what that division is allowing the people behind the scenes to get away with things that are critically important to us. I need for y'all to hear me when I say this. I'm so irritated right now because all I hear, okay, and listen, thank you, Lisa, appreciate you. So listen, let me just say this. I listened to a clip today of Rachel Maddow that was being played on TikTok. And it was a clip from her last night, and she's running down all of this backstory between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Guess who had a 15-year relationship with Jeffrey? Trump. Guess who did this with Jeffrey? Trump. Guess who did this with Jeffrey? Trump. I want people to stop talking about this man. You would think that after 10 years of missing it, the Democratic Party would be tired of talking about Donald Trump, because it's not working. Talking about Trump has not won us an election. Talking about Trump has not gotten people to leave MAGA. Talking about Trump hasn't gotten the Democrats more support. Talking about Trump doesn't help us, so stop doing it. And by the way, if you really want my opinion, which I don't know, you do just because you're watching me, I think that the Republicans behind the scenes want Democrats to talk about Trump. You want to know why? Because they don't need him anymore. They do not need him anymore. He cannot be elected a third time. They already have JD Vance in place. They already have the people in place in the DOJ. They already have a Senate majority and a House majority. They want Democrats to wind this up and take him down so they can get rid of his ass. Right, Lisa? And they got their tax cuts. Do you think that all of a sudden Rupert Murdoch found some files and a birthday card he's never had? Hell no. The man had Stormy back in 2015 and 2016. Of course not. Any bit of evidence that comes out right now is because they want you to have it. But do you know what? When you say that it's affecting his base, so what? Do you know what will happen? Let me just tell you all this right now. When y'all say, oh, it's affecting his base, he's not running again. Nobody gives a damn about his base. Those people will just vote for other Republicans. It's not winning the Democrats or the independents over. Can I say this one more time? When y'all say it's affecting his base, I don't give a damn. He's not running for office again. And those people will not be won over by any other type of candidate except the Republican Party. Can I help y'all with that? They don't care. And they will justify their vote because guess what? They'll vote for whoever the Republican is, JD Vance, because he will be an upstanding guy. He's a tech bro. He's a dad. He's a Catholic. He's got 3 kids. He and his wife go to church all the time. They have good family values. They're the nuclear family. That is what they will play up on. Well, plans on the spectrum, feel free to come on up here and let's talk about it, because I think you're wrong. Why? Why? Okay, well, you got to wait a minute. Okay. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me why you think dividing his base is important. He's not running again. He's not running again. I need for you all to get this. Dividing his base is doing nothing. You're dividing them between Trump and regular Republicans. Do y'all understand what I'm saying to you? He can't get rid of an 8-term. It's not a policy. It's in the Constitution. That's how I know. Do you know what it takes to change the Constitution? It takes Congress and 38 states have to ratify any amendment that is passed. It's not a policy, it's literally the Constitution. It's not just Congress, people. It takes Congress and 38 states have to ratify it. That's how I know. So, I mean, seriously, folks, I just need for you all to, like, while everybody is busy, like, oh, he's going to try to run again, could we take all of that energy? Can you all take all of that energy and focus on doing things that actually matter? Like, seriously. Right, which hello ERA amendment. Congress passed it. That thing still ain't ratified. And GOP senators have blocked it every time we turn around. Hey, Dora the Explorer, do not call people maggots and morons or you will be blocked from my live. There are 4 things that I ask for in this live, and that's to be respectful, to not use slurs, to don't spam my comments, and don't type in all caps. And that is for everybody. I don't care if you're a progressive or not. We don't call people names in here. So we're not saying maggots and morons. We're not doing that. I did not expect to get this wound up this early in the damn morning, this early in the live. I really didn't. But here's the thing that irritates me. People are talking about so many other things that aren't relevant. I'm not arguing with you. That it absolutely amazes me that if someone elevates their voice, then that's them arguing with you. No, I can be absolutely passionate about what the fuck I'm saying. Doesn't mean I'm arguing with you. Good Lord. What's up, Robin D? All right, so folks, listen, I'm going to play a clip for you. And this clip is coming from a town hall that happened in Jonesboro, Tennessee. If you right, Renee, you're loud and passionate. Yeah, I definitely am. And besides that, to be quite frank, a lot of times I'm loud because they are right here, and I don't know how much y'all can hear them compared to what I can hear them. So a lot of times I'm trying to talk louder so that you all don't hear them. Just FYI. Yeah, and I'm definitely tired. I am definitely tired of hearing about Trump because it's not the most important thing right now. I don't care about Donald Trump. I don't. And I just want us to start focusing on the things that really matter. Right? So anyway, so Tennessee passed this what is this thing? It's this medical ethics law. Do y'all know the one I'm talking about? Medical ethics Tennessee law. Yeah, here it is. It is called the Medical Ethics Defense Act, and it allows healthcare providers to refuse to participate in or pay for healthcare procedures, treatments, or services that conflict with their personal morals, ethics, or religious beliefs. Now, I want to let everyone know this. Doctors have always been able to say, this goes against my religion, so I don't want to do this, right? But they were responsible for finding someone else to do the care that they did not want to do. The thing that changes this is the wording of this says that they can refuse to participate in, and they might consider getting another physician participating in it, right? This is a state law, and it's important that people understand exactly what it does. And I keep talking about this. I keep talking about the potential unintended consequences that happen with laws like this. Yeah, this is in Tennessee. So this is what it says, and I'm literally reading directly from the Tennessee legislature's website. And it says, this bill prohibits a healthcare provider from being required to participate in or pay for a healthcare procedure, treatment, or service that violates the conscience of the healthcare provider. This right is limited to a particular healthcare procedure, treatment, or service and does not waive or modify any duty a healthcare provider may have to provide or pay for healthcare procedures, treatments, or services that do not violate the healthcare provider's conscience. And this right does not permit a healthcare payer to decline payment for a healthcare procedure, treatment, or service that it is contractually obligated to pay for under the terms of a contract with an insured party. So in other words, they want to make sure that insurance companies still pay for anything, right? And it says the exercise of this right must not be used as a basis for a civil cause of action, a criminal prosecution, or a discriminatory action. So and then it gives it includes EMTALA, but let me just tell you, I want to play for you what has happened to a woman in Jonesboro, Tennessee. I'm going to play the clip for you. And then after I play the clip for you, we'll talk about it, okay? Where is the window? All right. So I'm going to bring you guys over here. So guys, don't speculate about it. Just watch the clip and listen, okay? So hold on a second while I turn it up. And then we will start it from the beginning.
With cervical cancer, my provider was hesitant to treat me because of the impact it could have on my fertility. Yeah, I just found out that I'm pregnant again. I've been with my partner for about 15 years, though we're not married. I just had my first visit. The Tennessee Medical Ethics Defense Act that was passed, and that provider told me that thanks to that act, they were not comfortable treating me because I am an unwed mother, and that goes against their Christian values. I'm lucky enough to live in a part of the state where I can seek care across state lines. Traveling to Virginia for my prenatal care, scared out of my mind that I will go into labor, have to deliver in this state with a provider who feels that child's life is more valuable than mine. While we do love and want this child, I also have a 13-year-old, and I can't leave her behind. I call Marsha's office twice a day. I either blocked or she has all calls going directly to voicemail. Never even reached a staffer. When I contacted Bill Haggerty's office, I was told he's not obligated to listen to his constituents. Love that.
So for those of y'all who didn't hear all of it, so this is at a town hall in Jonesboro, Tennessee, where she is speaking with Gloria Johnson, who's holding the town hall. And here is what she said. She said that she has been with her significant other for 15 years. They're just not married. And by the way, y'all, people choose not to get married for a variety of reasons. Could I just go down a small little rabbit hole for a moment? Do you know why the government wants you to become legally married? For them. For them. It is a contract between not you and your partner. It's a contract between you and the government, in which certain states can tell you if you can get divorced, how you have to get divorced, under what circumstance you can get divorced, how long you have to wait for that divorce. They make you pay to get that divorced, right? I just want you all to understand that there are many, many reasons that people choose not to get divorced. You can get divorced while you're pregnant, depending upon what state that you are in. Yes, you can. Missouri has a law that says you can't get divorced if you're married, but I mean, if you're pregnant, but not everybody. So, yeah. So I just want people to understand some people choose not to get married because getting married will make them lose their disability. Getting married could make them lose certain benefits, you know? Just so that you all understand, there's a lot of reasons people choose not to enter into a contract with the government and the person that you love. Period. Right. Alimony, all kinds of things. So, what happened is she has been with her loved one for 15 years. They are not married. She has a 13-year-old at home, and they've just found out she's pregnant. She goes to see her prenatal provider, and they tell her that since she is unwed, it goes against her Christian values, and that provider said, "I'm not treating you." So let me just be clear. So now, when she says she's lucky enough to live in a part of the state where she can go across state lines, that is true. She can go to Virginia, but y'all, what? Jonesboro is what, 45 minutes from Virginia at least? Wouldn't y'all say Jonesboro is at least 45 minutes to either Abingdon or Bristol, Virginia? Yeah, this was the other day, Laura. This was 3 days ago. So here's the thing. They will tell you that they want this to be, they want a nuclear family. No, they don't. They want a nuclear family that the government has a say in. That's what they want. They like exactly 45 minutes is way more than an eternity if something goes wrong, which is why she said she's terrified. And I'm going to tell you right now, the only place that she's going to be able to go if there is an issue is to Ballard Health Hospital in Johnson City, Tennessee, which is Niswonger Children's Hospital. And I know a bunch about that healthcare facility and that entire healthcare system. So, um, just so y'all understand, this is, hey Paige, how are you? So this absolutely, this is something that is happening. Right. If she has Tennessee, if she has TennCare and she's going to Virginia, they probably will not pay for her care in the state of Virginia. So I hope she has private health insurance. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If she's coming from Jonesboro to Bristol, Virginia, right? Because that's just over the state line. It's at least a 45-minute drive. And I think it's longer than that because I'm from Bristol, just the Tennessee side, which means you just walk across the street. And the VA hospital is in Johnson City, which is closer to me than Jonesboro. And from my mom's house to the VA medical center is 47 minutes, period. So while she can travel there, it's an hour away. Yeah, I know Bristol Regional, but she's talking about getting her prenatal care there. So she can see a physician that has their practice in Bristol, Virginia, right? I know the hospital's on the Tennessee side, but she can see a provider that's the closest. And if she's not going to Bristol, she's going to Abingdon, to Johnston Memorial Hospital, which is still another 20 minutes up the road. Right, Brandy, that's what I'm saying. It's at least that long. So much for Christian values. And so much for wanting to protect babies. Yeah, I saw that, Donoski. Y'all hear me though? So much for wanting to protect babies. Because you do understand that up until 22, and 22 is even cutting it close. Until you get to about 24 weeks, you're talking about not viable. Not viable. And if something happens and it takes over an hour to get somewhere, listen, she is now outside the golden hour of care. She is outside the golden hour of care. Whether it's prenatal care or emergent care, she's outside the golden hour if she's going to Virginia. So when she says that she contacts Marsha Blackburn's office twice a day and she goes straight to voicemail, that's an issue. But Marsha Blackburn also doesn't do no damn town halls. And then Bill Haggerty's office told her that he is not required to listen to constituents, which is why he should be voted out of office. And I'm going to tell you something, folks. They think all of this extremism is going to be great. I'm here to tell you, when it starts impacting their neighbors, and these neighbors are just like them, right? This will backfire. I really truly believe this, y'all. The more extreme they get, and the more the folks in small towns and rural communities that are traditionally Republican see these outcomes and see the impact of these types of laws, those people are going to be like, wait, Bill Haggerty told you what? And then this is when people need to remind them how much money the PAC from Ballot Health has given to them. Y'all do know that, right? So give me one second. So remember, I told you all that you can look up these types of things. So when you guys are looking for Tennessee and you are looking for PACs, run that by you again. I will show you NASA Baby Grode. So I'm looking it up right now so that I can show you. And so here's so Ballot Health has a political PAC. It is called Friends of Mountain States, because Ballot Health is the culmination of Mountain States Health Alliance and Wellmont Health Systems merging under a COPA law. And so Friends of Mountain States is the political PAC. And you can see, so let me do this. I'm going to do PACs, Friends. Hold on. Let me do this so that you guys can watch me do it over here. So let me show y'all. Because, by the way, there are tons of PACs for different healthcare systems. The Hospital Association has a PAC. The Tennessee Hospital Association has a PAC. There's a ton of them that have these types of things. So let me show you how you pull it up, and you can actually see who the PAC gives money to and how much they give that money to. So I'm going to put in Friends of Mountain States. And this is the PAC, right? So this is the political PAC. This is Johnson City. And you just go to their report list. And so I'm just going to go look for, I'm going to do it this way so I can see the most recent one. There we go. And then I'm going to go all the way back to like this is leading, let's just do like first quarter of 2024. And when you go to See, that's a bad one to pick. Let me see if I can do third quarter of 2024. Who was up for Lisa said this website is a link tree. I love that. Lisa's taking care of my. Okay, so see right here. So see how we're listing these different expenditures. In 2024, they gave money to John Crawford, to Rusty Crowe, the House Republican Caucus, the Tennessee Hospital Association, and Bo Watson. They gave the Tennessee Hospital Association's PAC $14,768. That's a pretty good sum right there. By the way, the standard contribution to a state representative is around $500. Whenever you see something that is more than $500, that's outside the norm. So when you see $1,000, when you see even $750, when you see $2,500, especially this number right here, that's telling you that there's a reason they're giving that person that much money, right? And this is just the third quarter, but I can go all the way back to let's just do for fun, let's do 2018, because that's the year that that they got. Well, should I go back to, well, let me just pick one. Third quarter 2018. Oh, so this is where it gets real fun. Remember how I told y'all that Ballot Health, right, also has a for-profit company. So a lot of these healthcare companies, they will have for-profit businesses and nonprofit businesses. So they have something called Misha Properties, which is Mountain States Health Alliance Properties, and this is their real estate company. The thing that's interesting about their real estate company is it has the exact same address as their nonprofit hospital. Isn't that interesting? So listen, Johnson City Medical Center, their address is 400 North State of Franklin Road. But so is this for-profit company. This is their address. I don't know how that happens. I've often asked, like, how does a nonprofit and a for-profit business have the same address? But I'm not a forensic accountant, so I don't know the answer to these questions. I'm just asking them. Because here's what's interesting. What they did was $50,000 from their for-profit company was given to the PAC. And then it gets redistributed. So this is their for-profit company because their nonprofit can't donate. So they have their for-profit company put $50,000 in their PAC, and then that money gets dispersed to look at these people. Colonial Leadership Trust, Rusty Crowe. See, Rusty got $1,000 back then. Bill Lee got $12,850. John Lundberg got $1,000. Friends of Chairman Chris Jones got $1,000. Main Street Catering, this was for Bill Lee. So this was an in-kind contribution. So they paid for the catering for this event. In Jonesboro, by the way, $10,737.87, right? So just so you can actually get in here and look to see how much is going to Haggerty and Crawford and Timothy Hill. It used to be Matthew Hill too. All the things. So if you really want to get in, into the nitty gritty, yeah, they got really pissed when I started showing campaign stuff back then. But you can go see where all these things happen. So, hey, Rosalind. So I just want you all to know that if you really want to, you can go to that website in Tennessee. I can show you. I can even put in Haggerty and look to see who donates to him and who gives him the most money. While he says, I'm not sure what you mean when you say Bill Gates owns a nonprofit. He has a foundation, but that foundation doesn't have the same address as Apple or as Microsoft or whatever. You understand the difference, what I'm saying? So they own for-profit and nonprofit businesses. My question is, they are both listed at the same physical address. I just don't know how that works. But I'm not a forensic accountant, so I don't need to know, right? I'm just making observations that I go, and even if that is a thing that can happen, I just think it shouldn't happen. I don't think that a nonprofit and a for-profit should be able to have the same business address. You know what I mean? But that's just me. It's not my deal, so I don't really care. But the point about this is, the point about all of this is that when you pass these laws, thinking it's a great thing because you don't have to provide gender affirming care, you don't have to treat somebody that's LGBTQIA and they're married to someone and you don't like it, when you think about that, I want you to also understand that you are causing harm to other people who do have a nuclear family, who are in committed relationships, who are having babies that they love and they want to be healthy and they want to be happy. It's important that people understand that while you're sitting on your high horse and you think it's a great idea to pass these type of bills that restrict things, because you believe that you're targeting one particular group of people. It's never that simple. We are all connected. Whenever you think that you are trying to disadvantage and target one group of people, you will inevitably be targeting someone else. Just saying, it will hit someone else besides you. So I'm doing Haggerty, I'm doing Senate, and I'm just going to do search. What do you want me to put on here? It said I didn't click something. I did select an office. What are you talking about? I selected Senate. I want primary winner, general winner, sorry. Election year. So he's 2024. Yeah. And he's Republican. Let's just do Haggerty for shits and giggles. Why are you telling me they don't exist? They do. Let me just do Haggerty. I know I'm spelling Haggerty right. I don't like the man. I know how to spell his name. Anyway, whatever. I'll find it later and then post it for you guys. So this is my point. What's up, Chantel? Is that these things do have consequences to people that you wouldn't think about. And what I really think that these people have underestimated is, because here's what I know about country people, because I'm country. I'm not Southern. I'm country. There's a difference. Here's what I know about small town country people. We tend to care about our neighbors because once we know people, we can look aside there, we can look over their differences. That's always been the case. That's why Henry was the good Negro, right? Is because once people get to know someone, they're able to get by, they're able to get over their differences. Some people not like me saying that, but it's true. And so what will happen is as these laws and as these practices start to target the people in their local communities that they know, that they love, that they understand, that they support, there will be issues when it comes time to vote. And the good news about that is we have a good year and 3 months or so for that to take effect and really hit home. And it's going to. Undeniably so, that is going to be the case. So, I just really, Dr. Emmy, is there anything that you want to add to this conversation about this woman being denied prenatal care and having to drive over an hour away to be seen for this pregnancy? And I would think, you know, even if she had her 13-year-old at 20, she's in her mid 30s, which we know age tends to complicate things for women, right? Oh yeah, we're going to talk about that too. I'm glad you brought that up, Marnie. So Marnie said in New Hampshire, they are already boarding up businesses because of the impact on tourism. Let me just tell you all this, because this is a huge one. Let me just tell you all this, okay? We are projected to lose $29 billion with a B in tourism because of this administration and their practices. Did you know that? So, y'all, I'm going to let Dr. Emmy's going to come up. I would love for you to let people know, just give them a little bit of your background and then your thoughts about this.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Danny. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Lord heaven, this is just so upsetting. Well, let me begin by saying who I really am. I am a healthcare professional. My background is I've done bedside nursing for more than, I guess, 35 years. My specialty was in women's health. My prior position in the hospital was clinical nurse expert in the obstetrical service, where I pretty much oversee the entire labor and delivery, high risk antepartum, high risk postpartum, 2 floors. It comprised of well over 400 people, and I went on to do primary care as a family nurse practitioner and earned my doctorate. So I am a doctor of nursing practice, family nurse practitioner. Within that realm, I also continued to see patients that were pregnant or were doing family planning. So, there's a lot to be said about denial of care to women and the consequences that comes with that. I mean, there's huge consequences. You cannot be safe if you do not have access to care in a reasonable time frame. And what I mean by reasonable time frame, it has to be within 30 minutes to an hour from where you live.
Yep.
Most hospitals within the inner city area, it's pretty quick. You can get to a hospital within 15, 20 minutes. But when you're living in a rural area, you're looking at a 30-minute drive, sometimes an hour drive, depending upon what kind of level of care you're seeking.
Yep.
Because again, you have to consider that prenatal care is not synonymous across the board.
Mm-mm.
Prenatal care is quite specific for a particular person based on their presentation. So if they fall under a low risk, then you are able to utilize healthcare services at a broader range than someone who is considered to be high risk. That is considered specialized care.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't know which way you're going to go, because quite honestly, you can start off as low risk at the beginning and end up as high risk.
So, Dr. Emmy, somebody in the comments asked, what is prenatal care? Which is a great question.
No, that's an excellent question. So, prenatal care is a specific type of care that is provided for women who are planning to have a family, planning to have children. I mean, prenatal care doesn't start when you are pregnant. Prenatal care starts when you are planning a family.
Yep.
So there are prerequisites that you have to do, pre-testing you have to do. There's a collection of data on family history, anything that's pertinent that might impact your pregnancy. And how, you want to proceed, in terms of those testings that they do, because you might fall under a category that you might have infertility. So that might impact a different course of action for, the kind of care that you're going to seek to actually have a successful pregnancy. And with those variations, people are put into different pockets. It's not, like you're pregnant and pregnancy is just the same for everybody. It's not. So in the course of prenatal care, it is now you're stepping it up to a different notch once you've established that, yes, you do indeed want to have a family, you're planning on it, you're trying to get off of your birth control methods that you've been using and what the time frame looks like for you to actually conceive, depending upon what method you're using. And be able to come in a timely fashion, as soon as you know that you've had a missed menstrual cycle, what kind of testing you need to have, your pre-screening test for any congenital or genetic issues that you might have in your family, or just basic testing like, your type and screen, to find out what your blood type is.
Yeah.
Just to find out that truly indeed you actually have a actual pregnancy that is viable, that it's, it's going to grow, that it's not in the wrong place, and it's not an abnormality, in other words, like molar pregnancies.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a surge of an SCG growth but it may not be, a pregnancy with a heartbeat.
Yeah. So somebody asked about lack of OBGYNs since the Dobbs decision and the overturning of Roe. Here's what I will tell you is there are several articles out there and actual studies. So there's one for the National Institutes of Health. There's another one from Oxford Academia. There's another one from Commonwealth Fund. Like there's a lot of them out there. Even KFF, which is Kaiser Family Foundation Health News, they did a study on this. And what we know is that OBGYNs are, while they're not necessarily leaving the practice, many of them, they're shifting to states that do not have AB bans where they feel their license is not at risk. And so there's a couple of studies. I can throw some of the links in there for you all to look at. But that's what the data suggests.
So, it's important for women to understand where this really impacts them.
Mm-hmm.
It impacts them not just for the pregnancy itself, it's also the delivery.
Mm-hmm.
Your recovery. You have to have qualified and certified physicians that are within your catchment area to be able to take care of you throughout the cycle of a pregnancy, a delivery, and during your postpartum recovery. Prenatal, these physicians, and I should not say prenatal care because it's a little bit offset, but women in general, just as you start to menstruate, you need to go to a physician or a nurse practitioner to guide you through the changes. So, there's a lot of counseling that's involved, a lot of education that's involved in taking care of young reproductive women. And it also extends the care to beyond the childbearing age and through menopause. So these are things that are pertinent to women's health. So when we start targeting the access to care, that is the real root cause of the catastrophe.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. So when I saw it, I had people back home that sent me the video and they were like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? I get that a lot with things that happen back home, especially when it comes to healthcare. But I was like, and it did not surprise me. I told you all, y'all know I am not a fan of Marsha Blackburn because I've stood in her office face to face asking for her help for our region regarding ballot health and got nothing. And so it doesn't surprise me to hear that no one's listening to her or that Bill Haggerty said, I don't have to listen, or his office said he doesn't have to listen to constituents. This is the problem that some of these elected officials that we should have with some of these elected officials, right? Is that they don't feel obligated to the very people that put them in office. And that is why the very people who have been putting them in office, or whether that means you voted for them, maybe you didn't vote at all. Maybe you voted, wrote somebody else's name in that had no hope and hell of winning, right? Whatever you did, the reality is that these folks that got into office, you need to be working to get them out of office. Right, Brandy, they believe they are invincible. And I'm talking especially back home, y'all know as good as I do that these folks don't believe they're ever going to be voted out because they don't even have challengers to their office. When's the last time somebody ran against Rusty Crowe that was a Republican even? Right? When is the last time somebody ran against John Crawford or Bud Hulsey? Right? They don't get challenged and they just walk right the hell back into office. And then half of them, just like John Lundberg did and Matthew and Timothy Hill did, they use their own companies for their own marketing, for their own supplies. So their campaign donations go into their own companies for their things. If you all remember, what's his name? John Engel did that whole story about John Lundberg doing that very thing. And then the Hill brothers did it. So listen, Matthew and Timothy Hill were were in office. Matthew's not anymore, but they own, these are big Christian boys, right? And, and some of their stuff was being used for their Christian magic supply company, whatever that is. I don't know. But yeah, so folks, y'all have a year to really be thinking about the folks that are in office and if they truly care about you. You're focusing on things that don't matter and oftentimes don't impact you. You know, a lot of people back home voting against on reproductive issues. Your uterus don't work anymore. Like it doesn't even, you're past the time. And I'm not saying, I know that sounds crazy, but listen, I just like, you're not having a baby anymore. Right? And I'm wondering how we have forgotten what this country was like when it was illegal. Have you all forgotten? I mean, at the very least, go watch Dirty Dancing again. Right? Didn't you feel bad for Penny? I'm just saying. We all felt bad for Penny, right? And baby had to go get her daddy. At the very least, right? But I say that because people have forgotten that was a thing.
No, it definitely did happen.
In these dark, dingy, horrible places where people without the right medical expertise were performing things that they shouldn't have been performing. And women were hurt and oftentimes, left in positions with things damaged and they couldn't even get pregnant anymore. Like there's so many different things, infections and damage to reproductive organs and all of those things. Like this is just not something that we need to be legislating. And, most of the people, let me ask you, I would love to see this from you guys in the comments. If you have ever read the actual Roe v. Wade opinion, if you've read the actual opinion from the court, like what it's all based on, how many of you all have actually read Roe v. Wade? If you have read it, please put a blue heart. Let me just pick a random color, a yellow heart. A yellow heart, please, in the comments if you've ever actually read Roe v. Wade, the decision. Because I have. I went looking. Jennifer has. Anybody else? Lisa has. I'm not surprised, Lisa. Allie Nicole has. I'm not. I see 3, 4 yellow hearts. There's 250 people in here. There's 4 yellow hearts. 5. Well, you're a damn doctor. But yeah, Emmy, you, Edith, 6.
I just wanted to give you another heart.
7, right? Do y'all see what I'm saying? People are getting into these very heated, very passionate conversations about something they've never read. Do you want to know what most impressed me about Roe v. Wade? Were the elements that they considered, because everybody's like, oh, it was about privacy. That was the legal argument that they used, right? Was privacy, but that's not all it was about. They took into account not just gestation, but viability. They took into account, privacy and a woman's right to privacy and her health, the life of the mother. Like they took multiple things into account in order to come up with something, and that left room for states to make their own laws regarding it. That is why I need for people to understand that 43 states in this country had their own legislation regarding access to AB prior to the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. And now the place where we're at is 24 states don't even have a mechanism where the people can have it put on the ballot to vote for it. because they don't have it where citizens can put things on the ballot. It can only be done on the legislature. And then if you live in a state that is heavily gerrymandered and there's a super Republican majority, they're never going to put it on the ballot. And the people don't have the ability to do that. Did you know that? Most people know they didn't know that. It's crazy. And then you could live in a state like Missouri or Arizona where they put it on the ballot, the people voted for it, and the damn legislature says, fuck you. We don't want it. I know we said we want the people to decide, but we really don't. What we meant is we want the legislature to decide, and only if it's a majority Republican legislature. It's crazy to me. And listen, this is the way that I feel about this. If you live in one of these states where you all voted for it, as a state, the people did, and your legislature is trying to overturn your votes, vote every single one of their asses out. Run against them. I think OBGYNs across the country should be running for office.
I believe so too.
I do. Because my thing is you want to talk about educating people and informing people. And when I say educating, sometimes people take educating people as an offense. It's not. Every single one of us has things that we are ignorant about. Every single one of us does. And ignorant isn't a bad thing. It just means that you don't know. And it is okay not to know. Right?
I think that human beings in general are lifelong learners.
And this is the thing. So if I can...
learners. And education is so important for women. They need to know. They have to know.
Yes.
It's not even an option. They have to know what they're taking away from you, what they're trying to do to you, and what you had and what you don't have anymore.
Yeah. Just so I can remember, I grew up in a day where I literally had a female physician at one time tell me, just don't even look down there. Yes. Don't even look down there because you're going to see things that you'll be concerned about that are normal. Right. And I'm like, well, can I not know what the normal things are? Like, right. Literally. Right. And so I'm so serious, y'all. But the thing is that there are women who don't know their own bodies. Right? Because they grew up in an era where, don't look at them things like listen, your doctor knows what should be happening there, and your husband can tell you what to do with it and not do with it. And that's all you need to know in life. Right. And so we're not in that time anymore. But I want to show you all this so that we can just have a moment, because again, people think that being told that you're ignorant about something or that you're going to be educated about something is somehow a negative. I just want you to think. So this is the circle that y'all, I love circles, by the way, in case you didn't notice. I use them for demonstrations quite frequently. All right. So this is,
I'm going to drop because
yeah.
I'm going to start driving.
I got you, love.
I'm going to continue listening.
I appreciate you as always. Appreciate you.
Well, we have to get a follow-up.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll
yep.
reach out.
Okay,
right.
We'll do it. Okay.
Okay.
Bye. All right, so let me show you. So this little circle right here is everything that you could ever know in the entire universe, right? This is everything that you could ever know. This right here is what you know that you know. See those two K's right there? This is what you know that you know. This right here, this KDK area, this is what you know that you don't know. So for example, I don't know how to fly a damn plane. Right? So that is something that I know that I don't know. Okay? So there are things that I know that I know. There are things that I know that I don't know. And then everything else are things that I don't know that I don't know. And the difference, this is just regular ignorance. And we all have it, because I don't know that I don't know it. But once you move into the realm of knowing that there's something you don't know, then you have the choice whether you're going to go figure out and know it or not. And that is the difference between just regular ignorance, right? Because you didn't know, and then aggressive ignorance. And the difference between those two things determines kind of how you show up in the world, right? Now, there are things that I know that I don't know that I don't need to know. I mean, if there's ever a need that I need to learn, that I need to know how to fly a plane, I'll figure it out, right? But for right now, I'm going to trust the pilots and do what I do, okay? But that is the difference. We know what we know. There are things that we know we don't know, and then there's a lot of things that we don't know that we don't know. And that there's no shame in not knowing what you don't know. Don't let anybody shame you for not knowing things that you didn't know. No shame in that. I got you, Jess. I could do one of those. Right? There's no shame. And then it's just going, ooh, I now know that what she's talking about, I don't know. And now I get to go find out what I didn't know that I didn't know. You follow me? And then we get to do great things after that. You follow me? Whoop, what did that just do? I accidentally hit a different button on TikTok, and it said something about a showdown, something, and whoo-wee. And listen, just because it's happening out there in the world doesn't mean you need to know about it. What's up, Stacey D, in the place to be? I don't think she meant to.
Sorry, I did not mean to request them. I am at work.
I got you. No worries. I was like, I don't think she meant to do that. I don't think she meant to. But listen, you don't need to know everything that's happening out there. I don't want to know everything that's happening out there. So what I do is I will go and I will scan the different headlines that are out there. And then I'm like, I'm not even entertaining that. I'm not bringing that into my life. I'm not doing it. Right. And then there are other things that I do want to know about. And then listen, I'm not kidding you. Yeah, Rebecca Littlebird. I got it a long time ago. But let me just tell you this. So check this out, folks. Let me just tell y'all this, okay? The other day when I started reading about the whistleblower report and the other documents with Eric Adams and Emil Bovee and all of those things, there were tons of articles. Y'all, I clicked on stuff from The Hill, The Guardian. I even clicked on something from PBS. I clicked on a bunch of them. And none of them had the link to the actual document. And so I didn't read it because I am not interested in somebody else's take on the thing. I want to read the document for myself so that I can see what the person actually said. I want to know the context under which it was said. I want to see the document in which you tell me this thing has happened. And I don't care who's doing the reporting. And so I will be like, click, 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 click. Okay. And then finally, I'll find it. Do you know what I found today? I have almost every piece of the puzzle for this Emil Bovee stuff. But I got the last one today where I got the actual memo that he sent to the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, telling her to drop the charges against Eric Adams. Now, I read the court case, so I know what was alleged to have said, right? And so I went and pulled the actual the memo itself. And so I could read verbatim what he said. And guess what? The things that American Oversight said he said, They're right here in this memo. Every bit of it. It's in here in the memo. It's absolutely crazy to me that I am reading the words of the Deputy Associate Attorney General. Yeah. Okay, so listen. Do you remember what Tutu told you? I told you that I'm not going to make you noodles until you eat the breakfast that I cooked for you. Remember? So here's what I will do. I will let Dominic come and warm up your pancakes and your cheesy eggs. Nope, you're going to eat breakfast first. And here's why. Noodles don't have any nutritional value. Noodles don't help you build your muscles, and noodles don't make your eyes see better. But the other stuff does. Eggs have protein in them, and they'll help you. They make you strong, okay? So we got to get some of this other stuff in you besides just noodles, baby. This joker loves some noodles. And I'm like, she loves ramen, y'all. She loves ramen noodles. Her mama made them for him all the time. And listen, I have lived off ramen, especially when I was stationed in Korea. Listen, I used to, don't judge me either. Listen, don't judge me. But when I was stationed in Yongsan in Korea, we would take the ramen and microwave it to cook it, but to get everything you needed in it, we would take that ramen, had to be the chicken flavor, tuna and cheese. You got it, just like a damn tuna casserole. Yep, just like tuna casserole. 100%. 100%. So anyway, no, you can't do top ramen. You need the Manchurian. That you need the brand that starts with the M. I can't do top ramen. It has to be the brand that starts with an M. Look, Stacy said I put my chicken salad in it. See? Yeah, it was good, Connie. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So what do I want you all to take away from this first hour or so? Maruchan. Thank you, Miss Sonia. See, you know it. Right. No cup of noodle either. But what I want you to take away from it is this. Legislation. Number one, legislation should never be based in religion. I don't care your religion. Tara Love says she puts A1 steak sauce on it. Well, listen, our Secretary of Education, she she thinks you put AI in your ramen. Because our Secretary of Education thinks that we do that we're teaching A1 in school. A1 teaching, not AI, but A1. The things that this people in leadership say. Hey, Dominic. I couldn't believe it when I watched the clip, but I watched the clip for myself. Can you do me a favor? Can you take her bacon off her plate for me and warm up Mila's food? Take the bacon off the plate and then just warm up her food, please. No, put it there so she can eat it, bro. You don't want to put the bacon in the microwave. It'll make it yucky. Just put her bacon beside her plate and then put her plate in the microwave and warm up her food. Yeah. Yeah. So, right. She did say it more than once. Okay. So let me go ahead and say this. Okay. So here's what I want you to take away from all of this is number one, religion has no place in legislation. None. There's not a single government official that should be using their religion as a basis for their decisions and their choices, especially not out loud. Okay. When Ted Cruz said that the reason he supports Israel is because the Bible says so, absolutely not. That was a hard stop. Because, that's not what we do. No, it's not okay. And everyone needs to be good with that. Christians should be good with that. Listen, Jesus was not about forcing people to be saved. And by the way, neither was God. If God wanted people to be forced to believe Christianity, he would not have given you free will. Right? You would not have free will if that were a thing. Your food's warm, sissy. So, that's just a hard stop. Number 2, I want you all to remember that every time you are you're passing a piece of legislation, because you are attempting to discriminate or target a particular group of people, you have to understand that that is going to backfire and it is going to touch on another group of people that you love and care about, because we are all connected. It finds a way. You can't hurt one group of people without hurting other groups of people. It's not possible. It will show up in some way or another. So remember that when you are voting for certain pieces of legislation, or you like that some politician is telling you they have your same religion. Listen, and let me just say this for you. Just because somebody says that they are Christian does not mean you have the same beliefs. It doesn't. There's a lot of variations in Christianity, right? Whether you're an Orthodox Christian, right? Whether you're a Presbyterian, a Lutheran, a Mormon, a Baptist, a Southern Baptist, a Catholic, an Episcopalian, right? There's a lot of differences within Christianity. So don't assume that because somebody says, I'm a Christian, that you all agree, because you don't. Very likely you don't agree. Because if every Christian agreed, nobody would be playing football. Nobody would have tattoos. Nobody would be y'all all be walking around naked because you can't wear clothes with mixed fibers in them. If we were going to abide by every single thing that is in the Bible, y'all wouldn't be eating no damn shrimp. It wouldn't be happening. Just saying. Pork, either right. Forget that bacon, forget that ham, none of it. This is why we don't mix. It's not wrong, but it's not why, but it's one of the reasons why we don't mix religion and politics. Because what you believe in your spiritual practice is not how you govern other people. Yes. Who what?
Is the dishwasher
Yes.
clean? All right.
I have to make my grandson slow it down because he'll do this. Is your dishwasher clean? What? Is your dishwasher clean? What? And then he goes, is the dishwasher clean? Yes. And if you had just asked me that, I could have told you. The dishwasher clean? What? Boy, speak English. Slow it down. Articulate. I'm gonna tell you now, don't talk like that around your grandma, your great grandmother, son. She will get you. But anyway, what's up, Doug? Okay, next. Right, and super quiet, Jennifer, and super quiet. Yes, 100%. All right, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a temperature check real quick, because some of you guys you bounce in and out. Sometimes you're here one day, sometimes you're not. Some of you guys are here every day, all the time, and I love that. Right? No, I don't care about rappers who don't enunciate. You want to know why? That's their artistic expression. They cannot enunciate anything they want to. That's their artistic expression. But if you in my house and you want me to answer you, I absolutely need to know what the hell you saying. Now, let me say this, okay? I need to do a temperature check. If you have not been here, or let me ask you this. I'm going to name a couple of things. And if you don't know if you weren't here and you didn't get the information on each of these things, all of them together, please let me know. Okay. So, no worries. Okay. So you ready? So here's what I'm going to ask you. The entirety of the July 2nd filing by Kilmar Abrego case, filed on June the 24th, 2025 by DOJ, former DOJ attorney Refuting, the memo from Emil Bove to the former South District of New York United States attorney and her staff to drop the charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams, her resignation, Hagen Scottton's resignation after that, the court filing by American Oversight, the letter to the Senate Judiciary signed by 900 former DOJ attorneys about Emil Bove, the complaint to the Senate grievance committee, attorney grievance committee by a senator in New York for Emil Bove. There's that one. Did I name them all? I named them all. So if you all weren't here for all of that, if you missed it, please say you were here for all of that, tech lady. And if you were here for all of it, but would benefit from the review, and you are willing to listen to other people learn for the first time, please let me know. Because in my humble opinion, and it is just my opinion, I believe that this is one of the most important things that we could be talking about right now. I really do. Let me just tell you, what's up, Ja? Cool. Because here's the thing. I could talk to you all about what Fox Entertainment is saying about Hunter Biden, but I don't care. I could talk to you all about Tulsi Gabbard saying that some intelligence people are saying that Biden's intel, you didn't even know, Deuces? Oh, yeah. But again, I don't care. I'm just saying the reviews. Okay. Awesome. So, and the reason why is, I think now that I have all of the pieces, you missed a lot the last 10 days. Perfect. Mari was here for all. Sounds good for a recap. Okay, cool. Because what I want to do is, sorry, Susan Russo said I was here for all of it and OHAD twice. Girl, I'm so sorry. Girl, I am so sorry. You're still trying to wrap your head around it? Yeah, because it is a lot and it is very concerning. And oh, I love that for you. Marsha, there is a link in the email template that is in my Google Drive for the Senate Judiciary. There is a link to the entire committee. And then they do not have a contact form for the entire Judiciary Committee the way that the House does. So you will have to contact them each individually. But I have a link to the entire Senate Judiciary in that email for you. Oh yeah, Joyful Priestess, you're gonna want to go ahead and sit down. It is absolutely alarming, astounding, all the things, right? Okay, so pen and paper, yes. Bella, how much do you love Tutu? She said, what you want? Will you get me some water in my thing, please? I drank it all. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So every time I do that, how much do you love me? It is 100% always. What do you need? Or I'll say to Dominic, I will say, hey, Dominic, would you like to da da da? He said, would I like to do it for you or will I do it? And I said, okay, just will you do it? That's what I mean, son. Will you do it? Not would you like to? Because at least he's honest. He'll say, I wouldn't like to, but I will. I say, thank you, grandson. I appreciate that. Dang, I was trying to reach that and I dropped it, Bella, instead. Sorry. It's, where did it go? Oh, it's right there. It's that pink and white thing on the floor. Dang, you guys have already hit 1,000 shares. Look at that. Love that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the lots of water. That pink and Uncle Doug said hi, guys. Right there, Bella. See that pink and white thing? Right there. And make sure you put your glasses on, sissy. Okay. You just took them off? Okay.
1 second ago.
1 second ago. Okay. Y'all, I have loved the last couple of mornings because Bella has gotten up with me in the morning and gone outside on the balcony to watch the sunrise with me, and they have been absolutely gorgeous. So that's become like our little ritual in the morning, right? So love that. All right, so I'm gonna Mila, tell Uncle Doug hi. She just looked at me and went, meow. Okay. Yeah, I love it too. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do, because I'm going to do these in chronological order because they all happened very quickly. So we're going to start in January 31st of 2025. So we are 10 days into the Trump administration, and there's a meeting that takes place. The meeting takes place with Emil Bovee, who is things that I learned. I did not know for a while that Emil Bovee used to be one of Donald Trump's personal defense attorneys. Did you all know that? Like before, like recently? How many of you all knew that the principal associate deputy attorney general for the Department of Justice used to be Donald Trump's? You said, yep, you learned it here. Right. Like I didn't know that until very recently, maybe like the last week or so. But he absolutely used to be Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney. Yep, for the New York case, Wilmar. Absolutely. Yep. Mel Gray said, I'm so shocked my jaw did not move. Oh, y'all are funny. This is why I love our community here. Okay, so listen. So on January 31st, they have Tara Love said he did the Stormy trial. He did. And I love that they lost. Okay, but let me just say this. Dayglow says the grift and the back scratching is never ending with him. 100%. 100%. Matter of fact, many of the people that have, okay, so can I, okay. We're going to just talk about this administration for just a moment. Right. They lost. So let me just say this. So you do know that Jeffrey was arrested in 2006 with regard to young women. Everybody knew that, right? Yes, baby. When I'm done working. And then I'm going to get out the suitcases and we're going to pack. Okay. So listen, when he got arrested back in 2006, there was a particular judge that gave him the most crazy lenient sentencing ever. And then once he got this crazy lenient sentencing, I have been blessed. My oldest baby is coming into town. And she and I have chipped in together to be able to make it so the babies can take a couple of days and go to the beach before they go back to school. They have been so patient with me all summer while I work a ton, right? And I wanted them to have something before they went back to school. We normally go on some sort of trip every year, but we didn't even have our family reunion this year, and so yeah, so that's what we're doing. So I'm excited. They are very excited. First week of August, Stacey D. So yeah, so I'm excited for them. They're so ready. But anyway, okay, so listen. So not only did he get this crazy lenient sentence back then in 2006, but then he was even allowed to go home with like a little ankle bracelet on and just work from the house and just like kick it. That judge or that prosecutor that made that happen for him got a position within the Trump administration. A lot of the people that were involved with Trump and Jeffrey previously have been appointed to lots of other positions, right? And so one day we'll cover that, right? But not today. Right. Acosta. Thank you, Nana Kay. I couldn't remember his name right off the top of my head because I hadn't planned on talking about this, but give me a second. Acosta in Trump administration, and there it is. Yeah, so Acosta was given a position as the labor secretary. And so back in 2019, there was a big deal about this because Acosta resigned. So when all of this came out, that he is the reason that that Jeffrey got this great plea deal back in 2006, he then resigned from being the labor secretary under Trump in the first administration. Now, this is what's crazy about this is that Trump defended him. Trump defended Acosta over that plea deal, as a matter of fact, right? So people called for his resignation after the new charges were filed against Jeffrey in 2019, right? Because he was the U.S. attorney at the time when Jeffrey got arrested the first go around. And what's crazy about that particular thing, thank you, Sandy, is he was accused of essaying young girls. So the plea deal was to lesser state charges. And so like it gave him immunity from federal prosecution. Oh yeah, Janet, I watched that a while back, The Filthy Rich on Netflix. Yeah. So I just need for you all to understand that. So Acosta was the U.S. attorney in Florida at the time. What do you mean you can't access the link tree? What do you mean? I'm confused. It won't open now? Give me a second. Okay, give me a sec. Acosta's 1C. Hold on. It opened for you, Joyful Priestess. Okay, so it's working there. Let me just run on over here real quick to the TikTok. Okay. Let me go to my profile real quick. I don't know what y'all are doing. It worked for me. What are y'all doing? And it worked for me, and I'm not even logged into it. Remove your cache or try a different browser. Crisp Coco said it worked for her. Could it possibly be user error, people? Uh, it opens for you, Beth Evans. Um, I don't know what to say about it that you all are saying it doesn't work. Okay, it opened for a bunch of people. Okay. I did it in 2 different browsers and it works. Okay, hold on, people. So I am going to drop this over. Tara Love, you're on YouTube. I'm going to put this link in there. Can you click it and see if that works? Right. Nene said, I have that teacher look, like you better get it together. I'm just saying, yeah. Tara Love, try that on YouTube and tell me if it works for you, please. Pretty, please. Tell me. Okay, hold on. Just give me a second. Y'all are like really distraught right now. Give me one moment. This is what comes up. Y'all are real serious about the link tree. So apparently the link tree is devastating if people don't okay, give me a sec, folks. You're not next to me. So let me edit this. I need to edit this. Give me a sec, folks. I'm making changes just to I'm working on it for folks. Okay, somebody try the one on Facebook again. All I did was delete it and put it back in there again. Right. I don't know, y'all. I'm just trying to solve the problem. I'm just trying to accommodate folks. So give me a second. Where does it give me? See, I don't normally update anything on the computer. So you said I have a Google phone, I'll just throw it away. I cannot with y'all. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell y'all right now. Oh my Lord, sweet baby Jesus. Can we it's overloaded maybe. Y'all doing a lot. And it works for me for TikTok. I swear, y'all. The error that you're getting says the server is overloaded. That's hilarious. That's what the server means. Okay, it's y'all. All of y'all. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Hi, Nance. Jesus. Just give it a minute and retry. Yes, you all are doing the most. Well, congratulations, I guess. Right. It's apparently, does it glitch if you have a forest? Maybe. You know what? Linktree is going to start making me pay like what is it? It's like $10 a month or some shit if I want to go pro. Because they're like, bitch, you have too much in here. That's what it is. The forest said, you doing too much. All this for free. And they keep wanting me to like turn it into a shop and sell stuff from there. And I don't do any of that. And so they're not really making any money off of me. That might be what it is. Okay. All right. So let's dive in. So I'm going to start. We're going to go from the beginning and we're going to go in chronological order. So January 31st, here's what happens. So January 31st, Emile Bovee, who is the Deputy Attorney General for the United States of America, right? He is basically the second in command to Pamela Jo Bondi. He has a meeting with Danielle Sassoon, who was at that time the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. They have this meeting together. She has like some other assistant U.S. attorneys in there with her. And the other people that are present are the counsel for New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So if you all remember, Eric Adams was indicted back last fall in September of 2024. And he was indicted on federal charges of bribery, taking illegal campaign contributions, including from foreign individuals. And it was a thing. Now, things that I'm just going to go ahead and answer now ahead of time because Emile Bovee makes certain allegations later that we're just going to head off at the pass. Okay. What's up, Robert? So here's what they did. So he starts to claim that they did this too close to an election year. And the thing about it is the primaries were in May of this year. So when they filed these charges, it was more than 9 months in advance of the primary even, and over a year in advance of the election. Okay. And they went through, there's like a public integrity office that if you are even questioning when you are filing charges, you go through this in public, public integrity session, and they actually reviewed the case, reviewed the timeline of the primaries and the elections and said, no, you're good to go. This is well in advance there's no issue with this whatsoever. So they filed the charges. What we also know is that the former U.S. attorney, Damian Williams, we know that at some point in time, he determined that he was going to, I think, run for office or whatever. And so they, no, Nene, no. And so Bovee tries to say that this was a weaponization against Eric Adams because Damian Williams had thought about running for office or something. Also not the case. The indictment, it is not like all of a sudden the former U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York said, we're going to file charges against Eric Adams. That's not what happened. They got all of the evidence together for this case. They presented that evidence to a grand jury. And the grand jury is who did the indictment, not the U.S. attorney's office in and of itself, that he was indicted by the people. And that's the most important thing, right? Is that it's not like they just levied these charges on their own. No, a grand jury looked at the evidence and said, yeah, indict his ass, right? So that's what they did. So they're in this meeting, and here's what happens in this meeting. There is a discussion where Emile Bovee and the counsel for Eric Adams are advocating that the charges against Eric Adams be dismissed so that he can cooperate fully with the Trump administration's policy on the mass deportation of immigrants in the city of New York, which that amounts to a quid pro quo. Now, there are conditions on this. It wasn't a complete dismissal with prejudice. Yes, baby. Yeah, I'm okay. Are you okay? So if they had dismissed them with prejudice, that would mean that the charges could not be brought again, right? Gotcha, Sandy. Thank you. But they didn't. It was to dismiss them without prejudice, which meant that at any point in time, those charges could be refiled. So if for some reason they determined they no longer needed his assistance, then the DOJ could give the U.S. Attorney's Office a green light to refile those charges. So that is what this discussion was. So it was basically, we will get the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York to drop these charges so that you can work with us to deport unauthorized immigrants in New York City. And then we may or may not at some point in time bring those charges back on your ass. And during this meeting, he doesn't even have to mess up again. So that's the thing, Nico. He doesn't even have to mess up again. They can just bring back the existing charges. Yeah, he doesn't have to mess up again. They can just decide to refile. Right? Especially, for example, let's just say that the Trump administration and Emil Bovee says, right, it's exactly a quid pro quo. That's exactly what it is. So during this meeting, a member of the U.S. Attorney's Office is taking handwritten notes. And Emil Bovee reprimands her in the meeting for taking written notes. And at the closure of the meeting, he directs for all of the notes that were taken to be collected and given to him. In what world do we live in where you're in a meeting for the U.S. Attorney's Office and you can't take written meetings? You can't take written notes, and then the head of the meeting is going to say, I'm going to collect that. You got to wait a minute, baby, till I'm done. You want to cuddle up with Sonic? In your toy box over there. He's over there. Yes, he is. Bella, will you help her get Sonic? So, what? Oh, Bella's laying down, taking a nap. Hold on. Let me get any hard stops today? No hard stops. One moment, guys. Let me get this for her. Yeah, you woke up before you were ready, didn't you, sis? And did you move Sonic? Did you take Sonic to Mommy's house? Maybe?
I did.
You did? That's where Sonic.
Last night.
You did? Okay. Let me tell Mommy that you want Sonic. Okay? Did you know Mommy's at home? Do you want to go to Mommy's house? Okay, girl. She said no. Okay. So that was the deal. And shortly after that, everybody, Nini, shortly after that, he issues this memo. So that meeting was January the 31st. February 10th. This is the memo. You ready? Yeah, she said no. So the memorandum for acting United States Attorney, United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, from the acting Deputy Attorney General, which is Emil Bovee. Yeah, Shanae. The subject is dismissal without prejudice of prosecution of Mayor Eric Adams. And here's what it says. You are directed, as authorized by the Attorney General, to dismiss the pending charges in United States v. Adams, number 24, Circuit 556, Southern District of New York, as soon as is practical. subject to the following conditions. I want you all to listen to the conditions of the dismissal. You ready? 1, the defendant must agree in writing to dismissal without prejudice. 2, the defendant must agree in writing that he is not a prevailing party under the Hyde Amendment. And number 3, the matter shall be reviewed by the confirmed U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York following the November 2025 mayoral election based on consideration of all relevant factors, including those set forth below. There shall be no further targeting of Mayor Adams or additional investigative steps prior to that review, and you are further directed to take all steps within your power to cause Mayor Adams' security clearances to be restored. Now, let me say this. Immediately at the notification of this potential dismissal, Eric Adams went out to the public and said that the charges were going to be dismissed because there wasn't enough evidence to support them. That's not the case. Let me tell you what the next sentence of this memo is. The Justice Department has reached this conclusion without assessing the strength of the evidence or the legal theories on which the case is based. Wait, what? What did you just say? You said that the Justice Department reached this conclusion without assessing the strength of the case or the legal theories on which the case is based. Yeah, they were told to drop it. This is the Department of Justice telling them to drop the charges, to dismiss the charges, and admitting in writing that they made this choice without looking at the evidence, the strength of the case, or the evidence. So what are you basing the decision on? And why do you want the security clearance given back to someone who's accused of like bribery and fraud, of accepting bribes, right? This guy was accused of accepting bribes, and you want to give his security clearance back without looking at the evidence against him. What's up, Jen? It's in writing. I know, Cam. This is how you know they believe they are untouchable, because it is in writing. The Justice Department has reached this conclusion without assessing the strength of the evidence or the legal theories on which the case is based, which are issues on which we defer to the U.S. Attorney's Office at this time. Moreover, as I said during our recent meetings, this directive in no way calls into question the integrity and efforts of the line prosecutors responsible for the case, or your efforts in leading those prosecutors in connection with a matter you inherited. However, the Justice Department has determined that dismissal, subject to the above described conditions, is necessary for 2 independent reasons. First, the timing of the charges and more recent public actions by the former U.S. attorney responsible for initiating the case have threatened the integrity of the proceedings, including by increasing prejudicial pretrial publicity that risks impacting potential witnesses and the jury pool. Bullshit. It cannot be ignored that Mayor Adams criticized the prior administration's immigration policies before the charges were filed, and the former U.S. attorney's public actions created appearances of impropriety that implicate the concerns raised in the Attorney General's February 5, 2025 memorandum regarding restoring the integrity and credibility of the Department of Justice, as well as in executive order, blah, 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 blah. So listen, they are trying to say that these charges were brought in September of 2024 because Eric Adams criticized the immigration policies of the Biden administration. No, But let me tell you what he goes on to say. Second, the pending prosecution has unduly restricted, listen to this, has unduly restricted Mayor Adams' ability to devote full attention and resources to the illegal immigration and violent crime that has escalated under the policies of the prior administration. By the way, not true. Not true at all. How do I know it's not true? Because I literally looked at the hold on and I'll get it for you. I think it's in my link tree, but don't make me lie. New York. So there is a ha. Is this the one? Hold on, y'all. Sorry. These folks tickle me. Anytime you are quoting the New York Post, I do not give a shit what you say. I just can't. I can't. So, let me see if this is the one that I want. Sorry, I have to chuckle at this. Yes. Ha 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 ha. So there is I love the Brennan Center. The Brennan Center has an excellent article on this, report on this. And here is what it says. It says, and this came out, by the way, in May of 2024. Okay. And it says, in the past few months, petitions in certain media outlets have latched onto a narrative that recent immigrants, especially undocumented ones, are causing spikes in crime. Instead of gathering data and examining the issue empirically, they are making this broad assertion based on highly publicized individual incidents of crime by undocumented immigrants. All acts of violence must be taken seriously, but policymakers should not attribute blame to entire classes of people when individuals commit crimes. The research does not support the view that immigrants commit crime or are incarcerated at higher rates than native-born Americans. In fact, immigrants might have less law enforcement contact compared to non-immigrants. Focusing on the facts is imperative, especially given that immigration has become a top issue for voters ahead of the election. Substantial research has assessed, and there's a link to the research, the relationship between immigration and crime. Numerous studies show that immigration is not linked to higher levels of crime, but rather the opposite. Studies have also examined the impact of the concentration of immigrants in a community on crime patterns, finding that immigration is associated with lower crime rates and an increase in structural factors such as social connection and economic opportunity that are linked to neighborhood safety. When looking specifically at the relationship between undocumented immigrants and crime, researchers come to similar conclusions. Numerous studies show that undocumented immigration does not increase violent crime. Research examining crime rates in so-called sanctuary cities also found, and there's a link to the research, that there's no discernible difference when compared to similarly situated cities without sanctuary policies. One study that focused on the party favor crimes and DUI found that unauthorized immigrant status was associated with reductions in arrests for those offenses. The research also shows that overall, immigrants have a similar or even lower likelihood of incarceration compared to native-born Americans, a trend that holds for immigrants from various source countries. For example, one study found that undocumented immigrants are 33% less likely to be incarcerated than people born in the United States. Indications of a negative relationship between immigration and crime also emerge when looking at conviction rates. In a Texas study, undocumented immigrants were found to be 47% less likely to be convicted of a crime in 2017 than native-born Americans. Give me a second, y'all. This is the Brennan Center that I'm reading from, and I'll put the link in the link tree. More recently, a study, and there's a link to the study, looked at census data over a 150-year period since 1870. Incarceration rates of immigrants are actually slightly lower than US-born people, and that gap widens in recent years, with immigrants 60% less likely to be incarcerated than US-born citizens. Despite claims from conservative media and campaign rhetoric pointing to immigration as the cause of crime increases, there is no evidence that immigration, and in particular, the recent influx of immigrants to Democratic-run cities, is causing, quote unquote, a crime wave. For one, direct data on the causes behind recent increases in crime is limited, especially as it relates to undocumented immigrants. Crime is complicated. Attempting to isolate single factors to explain crime trends, especially when the full impact of the C-19 pandemic is still being borne out, would be misguided. However, Ozzy Osbourne has unalived, y'all. I just wanted to let y'all know that came across my thing. I just want to let y'all know it just popped across my thing. Ozzy Osbourne has unalived, and I didn't see why. It just was the thing. Yes, baby. You want to go to mommy's house? No? Oh, you want me to tell mommy to bring you Sonic from her house? Okay, got it. She said, no, don't tell her I want to go to her house. She said, tell her to bring me my Sonic stuffed animal toy from her house. Got it. Mila wants you to bring her Sonic over here, please. Okay. Yep. So I thought I would let you all know. Okay. So it also says, however, some factors to consider are the socioeconomic instability largely caused by the pandemic, pew-pew violence, and an increased prevalence of pew-pews in communities, and disruptions to community life and increased social isolation. Although some policymakers and media pundits readily assume a correlation, research does not substantiate the assumption that any increase in crime is caused by the recent influx of immigrants. What's more, the arrival of record numbers of immigrants at the United States-Mexico border over the past 2 years has not corresponded with an overall increase in crime in so-called blue cities where many of the recent arrivals have settled. In most places, the opposite has happened. Crime, including violent crime, has trended downward, other than larceny and a small increase in robbery after peaking across the country in 2020. This has been true since the spring of 2022, the year that Republican governors, including those in Arizona, Florida, and Texas, began transporting undocumented immigrants to cities with more immigrant-friendly policies, including Boston, Chicago, New York, and Washington. As a recent NBC News analysis shows, crime overall was down in most of the cities targeted by Texas from April 2022 through 2023, though Washington is a notable exception. According to an analysis by the Council on Criminal Justice, crime has dropped since April 2022 across many categories, such as aggravated assault, including assault committed with a pew-pew, and carjackings, in most of the cities where information was reported. Where increases did occur, including in the categories of robbery and shoplifting, those trends began in 2021 before the current upsurge in undocumented immigrants. Nor has there been a surge in violent crime in states and counties along the U.S.-Mexico border corresponding to larger immigration flows. This is the one that I love the most. In New York, a sanctuary city, the city that Emil Bovey is claiming has an increase in crime, violent crime, and immigrant. Let me read that part to y'all again. Let me tell you what he said. Second, the pending prosecution has unduly restricted Mayor Adams' ability to devote full attention and resources to the illegal immigration and violent crime that escalated under the policies of the prior administration. That's what Emil Bovey said about New York. Listen to this. In New York, a sanctuary city that has received the most immigrants from Republican-run border states, crime decreased in most major categories in 2023 compared to the year before, as confirmed, get this, by a January report from the New York City Police Department. And yes, there's a link to the report. This follows reductions in most crime categories in the city in 2022. New York City remains one of the safest big cities in the country, despite sensational claims that it is being overwhelmed by crime. Although some have tried to portray the areas of New York City where immigrants are temporarily being housed as crime-ridden, the existing data does not support that contention. In 4 precincts that have large migrant shelters, data shows no unifying trend in crime rates. 1 precinct saw a drop in crime rates, 2 saw a rise, and 1 remained the same. Narratives equating immigrants with danger and criminality are nothing new. They gain prominence in public discourse in a cyclical fashion, typically after surges of immigration, waves of immigration by new groups, historically Irish, Catholic, Jewish, Italian, Mexican, Japanese, Chinese, and German people, were often followed by backlashes linking them with crime and disorder. This is centuries old discourse. And by the way, there's a link in there as well, aimed primarily at boosting a contemporaneous politics of exclusion, not one seriously concerned about the true causes of crime. A 1931 report, which it's linked here. This is why I love the Brennan Center, because they are just so incredible. A 1931 report by the National Commission of Law and Enforcement acknowledged this, quote, the theory that immigration is responsible for crime, that the most recent wave of immigration, remember this is 1931, whatever the nationality, is less desirable than the old ones, that all newcomers should be regarded with an attitude of suspicion, is a theory that is almost as old as the colonies planted by Englishmen on the New England coast. End quote. Perpetuating this myth today may be counterproductive to public safety, particularly when decision makers adopt policies that target whole communities. Such policies can potentially fracture communities. For example, by breaking up millions of mixed status households, which Tom Noman said he was good doing, remember? They may also harm police community relationships by increasing the risk that punitive immigration enforcement could increase immigrants' fear of law enforcement and reluctant to report crime. This is actually something that we talked about yesterday. There are reports and evidence that talks about this very thing occurring, where immigrants are targeted because people believe them to be reluctant to report crime. Painting all immigrants with a broad brush can perpetuate harmful stereotypes that, quote, help foster hostility toward their communities. And there's a link to a report on that. This, in turn, can have a detrimental impact on law enforcement's ability to conduct investigations and eventually hold perpetrators accountable. Many people may not report crimes to police or cooperate with an investigation or prosecution due to distrust and fear of retaliation based on their immigration status. It can also detract from efforts to address the reasons why some people commit crime, be it economic conditions, behavioral health issues, or poverty. All told, the factors that drive crime rates are extraordinarily complex and can rarely be reduced to one cause. policymakers should refrain from blaming immigrants as a group for increased crime where data does not substantiate those claims. Doing otherwise will hinder the development of effective crime prevention policies that can help communities safer for everyone. So again, that is the entire article from the Brennan Center that came out in 2024. I am putting the link to the article in the chat for you. And hold on. Let me just go ahead and do this very quickly. So, Frank Moore, I don't know you. I'm quite sure that you don't know me. But here's what I'm going to do for you, Frank. Since you are on YouTube, I am giving you the link. That is a direct invitation to join me right now on the panel to talk about your statements. So let's just see if, Frank, you want to have a respectful, fact-based conversation, or whether you're just a keyboard warrior who's lying on YouTube. I lean towards the latter, but that's just based on experience. You could be completely different, Frank. You might actually be someone who's willing to accept the invitation and come discuss these things with me. My experience says that you're not. My experience says that you'll sit your ass right there behind your keyboard and keep typing away. But you might prove me wrong. And then I would be happy to have a respectful conversation with you. Oh, yeah. No, Frank said our laws haven't been enforced in years. It's the Democrats allowing lawlessness. Frank said there's a pew-pewing nearly every day in a blue city. Stop lying, he says. Liberal propaganda, he says. Yeah. God love Frank's heart. Where I'm from, we just say to Frank, bless your heart. That's what we say. Because I like data. I like facts. Which is why I put the link to the Brennan Center deal in the comments on YouTube. Frank, if you're interested, just click that link right there and you can read the entire report that I just did. And you can even click the links to all of the reports and the actual fact-based data. It can be your friend. I'm just saying. I'm going to throw it in the link tree for y'all. Right, Catsmen do in the most southern way. Yeah, I just got the link tree error as well, y'all. It says they have an internal error. Bless their hearts. Yeah, they're just having problems today. It's not a me issue. Yeah, the Brennan Center is incredible. I really do love the Brennan Center. They are just you said, see, it wasn't a dad error. It wasn't a user error. Dad jokes. I see. Okay. But anyway, why is this important? It's important because what I just read to you completely refutes what Emil Bovee used as justification to have no Brennan Center does not have to pay to be accessed. And they are a wealth of information. I do love them. They're a very straight up great source. So this is the thing. So let me tell you what he goes on to say. We are particularly concerned about the impact of the prosecution on Mayor Adams' ability to support critical, ongoing federal efforts to, quote unquote, protect the American people from the disastrous effects of unlawful mass migration and resettlement, end quote, as described in whatever executive order Donald Trump did. And then he says, accomplishing the immigration objectives established by President Trump and the Attorney General is every bit as important, if not more so, as the objectives that the prior administrator pursued by releasing violent criminals. This is where he refers it to the whole Russian dude. Anyway, so he describes and puts in writing the quid pro quo that he authorized for Mayor Eric Adams, right? So this happened. Remember, they met January 31st. February 10th is where he gave this order, right? And then next, here is what happened. 2 days later, and I am not going to read this entire thing. Yeah, the production is huge. So I'm not going to read this entire thing. I read most of it yesterday, but this is the letter from Danielle Sassoon. Danielle Sassoon she was the United States attorney at that time. Not Sandy going to YouTube to argue with Frank. Oh, Lord. So, Frank, am I guessing that you're not coming? Because, Frank, if you're not coming, I can just go ahead and take care of you. I just looked over and scrolled down, and I see Sandy going at it with Frank. Sandy said, "Go, Frank." He said, "Statements or you mean truth?" Sandy says, "Go up and talk, Frank." And then Bucky's Creations talking about Frank, she's waiting. Sandy said, "Go up, Frankie." Frank, are you afraid? Come on, Frank. Oh, no. Yeah, y'all are. They ain't playing around these here parts. That's our Sandy. Sure is. Okay, so this is Danielle Sassoon's letter to Pamela Jo Bondi. Okay. And here is the thing about this letter. She goes, this is a very professionally written letter. And she is saying to Pamela Bondi, you know better. You know, we went through the right process. You know, we jumped through all the hoops. Jennifer said she had to come see the fight. That's hilarious. And she says to Pamela Bondi, I would love an opportunity to meet with you and speak with you. Her name is Danielle Sassoon, Sassoon, right? And she says to Pamela Bondi, you know that these things aren't true. You know that we did exactly what we were supposed to do. You know that this was an indictment that was brought down, that was handed down by a grand jury. And she says to Pamela Jo Bondi, I would like to meet with you, right? And that's at the very end of this document. She says, she's baffled. This is what she says. I remain baffled by the rushed and superficial process by which this decision was reached in seeming collaboration with Adams's counsel and without my direct input on the ultimate stated rationales for dismissal. Mr. Bovee admonished me to be mindful of my obligation to zealously defend the interests of the United States and to advance good faith arguments on behalf of the administration. I hope you share my view that soliciting and considering the concerns of the U.S. attorney overseeing the case serves rather than hinders that goal, and that we can find time to meet. And then she says, in the event you are unwilling to meet or to reconsider the directive in light of the problems raised by Mr. Bovee's memo, I am prepared to offer my resignation. It has been and continues to be my honor to serve as a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. Very truly yours, Danielle R. Sassoon, United States Attorney, Southern District of New York. This was on February the 12th. Okay. So that was her correspondence to Pamela Jo Bondi. So Emil Bovee then says to her the next day, because I guess she wrote it on the 12th, it was delivered on the 13th, and then on the 13th, Emil Bovee wrote this back to Danielle Sassoon. And so he says, Mrs. Sassoon, in response to your refusal to comply with my instruction to dismiss the prosecution of Mayor Eric Adams, I write to notify you of the following. First, your resignation is accepted. That's how he chose to start this. First, your resignation is accepted. And then he goes on to some stuff, but this is the part that really stuck out. I don't need to read this whole thing to you, but let me tell you what he said to her. He says, you lost sight of the oath that you took when you started at the Department of Justice by suggesting that you retain discretion to interpret the Constitution in a manner inconsistent with the policies of a democratically elected president and a Senate confirmed attorney general. So basically what he just said to her was, you lost sight of your oath when you thought that you could interpret the Constitution in a way that didn't support Trump's policies. What? I would say that she does, in fact, have not only the right to do so, but the obligation to interpret the Constitution as the Constitution. You do not have to interpret the Constitution in a manner consistent with the policies of the president. That is not how this works. That is not how the judiciary works. But that is literally what he said to her. This is a problem because immediately after he dismisses the case against Eric Adams, because that's what he does. He transfers this case under the discretion of the Department of Justice, right, out of the hands of the Southern District of New York's office, and then they dismiss those charges. And then guess what he gets in return? He gets nominated to a lifetime appointment as a federal judge on the Third Circuit by Donald Trump. That's what he got. Eric Adams gets his charges dismissed. Donald Trump gets Eric Adams' cooperation with the mass deportation of immigrants in New York City. And Emil Boie gets to be nominated for a lifetime appointment as a federal judge in the Third Circuit. Right. This needs to sit with everybody, because right now, the Senate Judiciary Committee has been listening to his testimony. They've been going through the hearing process to confirm him. Now, let me tell you something. I'm not even to the whistleblower part yet. I'm not even to the other case where he's dirty as hell. And the DOJ attorney who had the integrity to stand up to him took receipts. And I'm talking text messages, emails, and everything. They're all in the link tree, by the way. I'm not even to that part yet. So remember that so in this letter from Emil Boie to Danielle Sassoon, he says to her that, according to her assistant U.S. attorneys aren't going to dismiss the charges. And if that's the case, then they can feel free to resign as well. And but if one of them wants to do what he's telling them, then they can talk to him. So Hagen Scottton is a assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York that was working for Danielle Sassoon at the time. And this is Hagen's response to Emil Bovie's letter to Danielle Sassoon. And let me just say this joker is my people. Hagen Scottton is my people. Marky, I did a post on it today before I came live. It's condensed to about 7 minutes. Oh yeah, Tara Love, you missed it. But okay, so listen. So Hagen Sassoon, okay, so Hagen Jesus, Hagen Scottton is the assistant US attorney from the Southern District of New York who worked for Danielle Sassoon, who was the US attorney for the Southern District of New York, who refused to dismiss the charges against Eric Adams. So he was the assistant US attorney in her office. Okay. One of them. So let me read to you, and I'm reading all of this Joker's letter because it's mwah, chef's kiss. So it says, Mr. Bovey, I have received correspondence indicating that I refused your order to move to dismiss the indictment against Eric Adams without prejudice, subject to certain conditions, including the express possibility of reinstatement of the indictment. That is not exactly correct. The U.S. Attorney, Danielle R. Sassoon, never asked me to file such a motion, and I therefore never had an opportunity to refuse. But I am entirely in agreement with her decision not to do so for the reasons stated in her February 12th, 2025 letter to the Attorney General. In short, the first justification for the motion, that Damian Williams' role in the case somehow tainted a valid indictment supported by ample evidence and pursued under 4 different U.S. attorneys, is so weak as to be transparently pretextual. The second justification is worse. No system of ordered liberty can allow the government to use the carrot of dismissing charges or the stick of threatening to bring them again to induce an elected official to support its policy objectives. There is a tradition in public service of resigning in a last-ditch effort to head off a serious mistake. Some will view the mistake you are committing here in the light of their generally negative views of the new administration. I don't share those views. I can even understand how a chief executive whose background is in business and politics might see the contemplated dismissal with leverage as a good, if distasteful, deal. But any assistant U.S. attorney would know that our laws and traditions do not allow using prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way. And here's my favorite part. If no lawyer within earshot of the president is willing to give him that advice, then I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion. But it was never going to be me. Please consider this my resignation. It has been an honor to serve as a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. Yours truly, Hagen Scottton. I said, Hagen Scottton is my dude. Like, holy shit. Good gosh. It's just on the money. Every news outlet in the country should be talking about this letter. Everyone should be talking about this letter. Do you know what all they've been saying is? U.S. attorney resigns, right? U.S. attorney resigns over dismissal of Eric Adams charges. That is not adequate. That does not adequately tell the story. It doesn't do it justice, right? In case y'all are wondering, both of the girls are down for a nap. Just listen. You don't hear anything, do you? It's because they're asleep. Lawrence O'Donnell covered it last night and read the letter too. I'll be damned. I covered it yesterday morning, Lawrence O'Donnell. He should have had me on and let me read it. My mama said Lawrence O'Donnell covered it last night and read the letter too. I covered it yesterday afternoon. Damn. Whose resignation letter? So the resignation letter is from Hagen Scottton, who was the assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. You pulled it up? Yeah, it's in my link tree. So, but it's just, you like the way I read? I'm just saying. Yeah. Just saying. Oh, you all said, yeah, he did. It is great to see it on a mainstream media platform. I also feel like it should have been on the mainstream media platform before now, because they knew about this when it happened. So let me just say this. Okay. If y'all follow me here, they knew about this when it happened, right? So if mainstream media had covered this with all of the grit, with all of the facts, with all of the consistent repetitive news cycles, is it possible that Emil Bovee would have never been nominated? Now Sandy's on Facebook. Love it. You see what I'm saying? The date of this letter, it doesn't, because it was sent by email, so it doesn't say the date. Hagen Scottton is a guy, by the way, and then Danielle Sassoon is not. Yeah, this is my thing. Like, I just feel like that some of this, some of the things that we are experiencing, I wonder, had mainstream. Yep, Nance, I said that just a few minutes ago. Nance said off subject, Ozzy Osbourne has passed. I said, yep, I know. We talked about it just a minute ago. I just wonder, had Main Street, Lucifer, I hope you are joking. So somebody over on YouTube's, whose name is Lucifer Lucero, said, believe in Jesus, rapture soon. Okay, Lucifer, if you say so. People just have way too much time on their hands. So Lucifer, here's what I'm going to tell you that I tell everybody else. I have been told that the rapture is happening since I can remember, right? In the 80s, it was because of HIV and AIDS, right? After that, it was because of somebody else's sinful whatever. It's literally everybody. You find a reason, right? Since God left Chicago, Freebird, exactly. And let me just tell you, Lucifer, what I will tell everyone. Here's how I know you're wrong. Because the Bible literally says you won't know the time. So if you think it's now, it's probably not. Like what? Sorry. Whew. Oh, people are funny. Okay. So shortly after this, and these are the things that I feel like also could have happened, because this is something that happened February 21st. So we are now talking 9 days later. This gets sent. Now, let me just tell you who sent this. Well, first, let me tell you who it was sent to. How about that? What's up, Kira? February 21st of this year, this letter was sent to the Attorney Grievance Committee, Supreme Court Appellate Division of the First Judicial Department, at 180 Madden Lane, New York, New York, 10038. Okay. And it is reference Emile Joseph Bovey III with his bar registration number of 404700696. The letter was sent by the chair of the New York Senate Judiciary Committee. Did y'all catch that? So this was sent to the Attorney Grievance Committee of the Supreme Court Appellate Division, First Judicial Department in New York, and it was sent by the chair of the New York Senate Judiciary Committee. Here is what he said. Dear distinguished members of the Attorney Grievance Committee. I need a drink of water. Hold on. It says, as the chair of the New York State Senate Judiciary Committee and an attorney duly admitted in good standing to practice law in the state of New York, I am submitting for your consideration the following complaint regarding Emile Joseph Bovey III's conduct with respect to United States v. Eric Adams, 24th Circuit 556 DEH. Specifically, I am deeply concerned by Mr. Bovey's reported facilitation of a quid pro quo to facilitate a dismissal of the indictment against New York City Mayor Eric Adams without any cognizable legal basis in exchange for Mayor Adams' cooperation with the Trump administration's efforts to detain and deport migrants. Mr. Bovey's abuse of legal process for political ends is facially, quote, conduct prejudicial to the administration of justice, end quote, and thus runs squarely afoul of the rules of professional conduct which you are entrusted to enforce. By way of further background, and as I'm sure you are aware, Mr. Bovey is acting Deputy Attorney General of the United States and a former personal defense attorney to President Donald Trump. In September of 2024, Mayor Adams was charged with a 5-count indictment alleging bribery, campaign finance, and conspiracy offenses. The indictment was supported by fact and law and returned by a duly constituted grand jury. In the succeeding, 4 months, the case against Mayor Adams proceeded ordinarily until the Trump administration took power, and Mayor Adams began lobbying aggressively for favorable treatment. What happened? I missed something. I missed something that happened. Somebody tell me what happened. Righteous Giggles, what happened with Rosebud? Kira said, I'm confused as well. Me too. Yeah, I was going to say, Rose, but I didn't see you say nothing. I wonder if she clicked the wrong person. I'm so confused. I didn't see anything either. Okay. Oh, she's abhorrent as a human. She was thrilled to have people of color run over. So you know her from another place. Is that what it is? You know her from somebody else's live. Is that what it is? Rosebud says she's been saying this everywhere I go. I've been ignoring her. Y'all have a lot going on over here. Gotcha. Well, so, um, oh Lord, Mike Glover. Um, okay. So Cam mods, you guys watch the chat and we'll just go from there. Righteous Giggles, appreciate you for looking out for the live. Like here's all I know. I'm not familiar with Rosebud. I do know Righteous Giggles has been here quite a bit with us. So y'all just watch the chat and handle it as required. No, but there is a new moon in like another day or two, Tara Love. It's not a full moon, but there's a new one coming. All right. So listen. Um, the indictment was supported by fact and law and returned by a duly constituted grand jury. In the succeeding 4 months, the case against Mayor Adams proceeded ordinarily. Yes, Mercury is in retrograde, though. You are correct. Until the Trump administration took power, and Mayor Adams began lobbying aggressively for favorable treatment. On February 10th, 2025, Mr. Boie issued a memorandum directing then acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassoon, to dismiss the 5-count indictment against Mayor Adams without prejudice. In the memorandum, Mr. Boie failed to identify any legal or evidentiary issues which would call the indictment into question. Oh, thanks, Melissa. Nor did he cite a single issue with case proceedings or the conduct of the nonpartisan team of prosecutors who litigated the case. In fact, Mr. Boie expressly admitted that he, quote, reached the conclusion to dismiss the indictment without assessing the strength of the evidence or the legal theories on which this case is based, end quote, which he did. We just read that, right? Instead, Mr. Bovie's directive expressly rested on unsupported political argumentation, namely that the indictment hindered Mayor Adams' ability to assist with the Trump administration's deportation efforts, and that the former United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York allegedly had political aspirations. Rather than cower to Mr. Bovie's abuse of his authority and bar membership, he put that in parentheses, and bar membership. I'm guessing that's why he included the bar registration number. He said, rather than cower to Mr. Bovie's abuse of his authority and bar membership to derail the administration of justice as to Mayor Adams, Ms. Sassoon resigned. Her courageous letter, which can be found here, and he links to it, lays bare the ways in which Mr. Boie contravened the rule of law. Ms. Sassoon notably concluded that she could not uphold her duty as an attorney while also dismissing the indictment because the dismissal would be, quote unquote, inconsistent with her ability and duty to prosecute federal crimes without fear or favor and to advance good faith arguments before the courts, end quote. Ms. Sassoon's resignation was shortly followed by that of another federal prosecutor who led the case team, Hagen Scottton. We love Hagen Scottton. Mr. Scottton's letter, which can be found here, which we just read, is likewise compelling. He wrote that, quote, our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials. Mr. Bovie's unprecedented directive to dismiss charges against Mayor Adams solely so that the Trump administration could influence Mayor Adams' cooperation with other migrant deportation efforts very likely constitutes attorney misconduct in violation of Rule 8.4 of the Rules of Professional Conduct, which provides that an attorney shall not, in relevant part, quote, engage in conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice, engage in conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation, end quote, and engage, quote, in any other conduct that adversely reflects on the lawyer's fitness as a lawyer, end quote. I again urge this committee to review Mr. Bovie's conduct leading up to the likely dismissal of the indictment, which it was dismissed. In no uncertain terms, Mr. Boie ensured that justice against Mayor Adams would not be administered for no other reason than so the Trump administration could detain and deport migrants in New York City. it is hard to underscore the gravity of Mr. Bovey's actions and the implications for the administration of justice in New York if he does not face consequences. Accordingly, the committee should give serious consideration to all available sanctions up to and including a recommendation that Mr. Bovey be stripped of his license to practice law. Thank you for your consideration of my request. Sincerely, Brad Hoylman Segal, Chair of the New York Senate Judiciary Committee. Love that. Love that, love that, love that, right? So that pretty much brings you up to date on the quid pro quo between the acting Deputy Attorney General, Emil Bovey, and New York Mayor Eric Adams. So here's what I would like to do. Yeah, it was good, right? But there's more. There's more. Literally 4 weeks later, he does something that is probably worse. Right, but wait. But wait. If you are also following me on Substack, I did a written recap of this with links to all of the documents that I'm currently reading right now this morning on Substack. Okay. I want to put these things in order. Give me 1 second. I need this one first, then this one, then this one, then this one. Okay. Well, yeah, Texas Blue Jay, can I empty my bladder? Y'all see me over here drinking water? I got to empty my bladder. Okay. Aline, are you coming to rescue me? Is that what you're coming to do? Give me a commercial break? Or you just accidentally tapped? You probably accidentally tapped because you were liking. Oh, it would be amazing if I did this on the steps of Congress. I have thought about it. I have literally thought about going to DC. All right. Stacey D is giving me a bladder break. I will be right back. Thank you.
You got it. Good afternoon, everyone. If I sound echoey, I'm in an empty conference. I had to go somewhere quiet so I could focus and concentrate, because you need to focus and concentrate when you're listening to Danny. Wait, there's a closet. I'm going to the closet. Oh, yeah, this is way better. Okay, so welcome to Danny's Live. If you're new here, just please keep some things in mind. Please don't use any slurs. Please don't use all caps. That's for mods and for people with sight impairment. Please be respectful, and please do not spam the comments. This is all very good information. We are all glued to our seats, and we all have our little pens and paper out, or we're trying to keep it straight in our brains, which is why we hide in the closet. So please stick around and learn something. Please tap, please clap, which is kind of the same thing. Please care as you share. Please hit your daily heart me. Please remember to that Danny's Linktree, once it gets back, damn deforestation. Once it gets back, you can just click on her face or her little cute icon up there, and it'll take you to her Linktree, and all of this information will be there. If you are not a subscriber, please subscribe. Please consider doing so. She subscribes at the lowest possible price that TikTok allows, and you can get to her either by up top when it's scrolling through either the gift goal or the star right there for 49 out of 515. That's the subscriber goal. Please consider doing that, or you can click the little star that's down by the comment field. Other than that, please continue to push out the live. It tells the algorithm that we're having a very engaging conversation, and therefore it ends up on the FYP page more and more and more, and brings more souls to the altar of Danny.
Not souls to the altar of Danny. I cannot with y'all today. We are something. Thank you. Yes, we are. Appreciate you, Stacy D. All right, sis. See what happens when you join our little community around here? Holy geez. I had to get a little granola bar because the girl hasn't eaten. All right. So listen, this next part actually ties into immigration more. And it ties into the most high profile immigration case of the last 4 months, 6 months, right? So it ties into the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. And what I'm going to do is there is a court filing from Kilmar Abrego Garcia's attorney that was filed on July 2nd. Yes, Merlot, this is about the tough part. And the reason I say that this is about the tough part is this is when we discover that without the interference of Emile Boie and the corruption of the DOJ, it is very likely that Kilmar Abrego Garcia would have never reached CCOT and would have never endured the things that he endured. Y'all, I am cracking up. Now we got somebody over on YouTube talking about the name of the person on YouTube is Jesus is your only hope. Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord. What is wrong with y'all? Oh. So I want you all. Yeah. It's a lot right now over here. First Lucifer, now Jesus. Not Sandy saying amen. All right. I feel like I don't want to just gloss over the entire filing by Kilmar Abrego Garcia by their attorney, because there is so much. Not Sandy saying, Gary, is that you? Oh, Loby. I can't with y'all. Okay. Oh my Lord. Oh my gosh, you've heard Lucifer on another live? How was he on my YouTube then? Wow. Right. Okay, so what I want to do is give you, right, fear of missing out. The parts of this that I really want you all to know, okay? What I really need you to know is that October of 2019, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was granted a withholding of removal from El Salvador. That withholding of removal from El Salvador was good for 10 years, so through 2029. And it required that every year he have a check-in he have a check-in with ICE. What, Amy? Yeah. So the judge in immigration, the immigration judge in 2019 said that Kilmar Abrego Garcia met the burden of proof that he would more likely than not be persecuted if he was returned to El Salvador. Therefore, I said from El Salvador. Yeah, it's withholding of removal to El Salvador. Did I say from? I meant to El Salvador. It's a withholding of removal to El Salvador, right? So he can't be removed to go to El Salvador. It is a higher burden than seeking asylum, just so you all know. Withholding of removal is a higher burden than the asylum is, okay? And so the requirement was that he check in with ICE every single year. Kilmar Abrego Garcia checked in with ICE January 2nd of this year, like he does every single year. Okay. And it was uneventful. Nothing happened. And hold on a second. Give me 1 second. He's supposed to be which, but I don't know. Is it happening? Okay. So, so let me tell you the deal. When does it do this? Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm responding. All right, so check this out. So he goes to ICE January 2nd, just like usual, and it's uneventful. And then March 12th happens. Okay. So on March 12th, Kilmar Abrego Garcia he finishes his shift. He's working at a company as a sheet metal worker, right? And he belongs to a union at this point. Sorry. And he's taking classes. He's taking whatever. He's going to the University of Maryland to get his certification to be a licensed sheet metal worker, right? So while he's there, he finishes his shift and then he goes to pick up his son. His son is now 5 years old. Yep, he's an apprentice at this point, right? He's a sheet metal apprentice and he belongs to a union and he's going to University of Maryland to become a first year sheet metal. Okay, so I'm trying to read too much while I'm talking. Okay, so right, all y'all are giving me all the words, journeyman, all the stuff, right? The point is that he's got a job. He and his wife are working. They're taking care of their kids. His wife is a U.S. citizen. His brother's a U.S. citizen. And she has 2 kids from a previous relationship. They have a son together. And that's what's happening. So he goes to pick up their son, and his son is now 5 years old. Things that I want you to know about his son. He picks up his son from his grandmother's house. The son is riding in the back. The son is 5. The son at birth had an underdeveloped outer ear, which they later determined meant that he is deaf in that one ear. He is also intellectually disabled. He has a speech disorder that makes him nonverbal, and he has been diagnosed with autism, right? He is 5 years old at this point. He's picked up by his dad, Abrego Garcia, and they are driving down the road when all of a sudden he is pulled over by several ICE vehicles. When ICE approaches him in the vehicle, they say to him that his status has quote unquote changed. They do not articulate how that status changed, what it was changed to, none of those things. And remember, Just 3 months ago, he checked in. What's up, Small City? He checked in with ICE and everything was fine. They put him in handcuffs in front of his son, who's in the back, and they put him in one of the ICE vehicles. They call his wife and they tell her she has 10 minutes to come get their son or he will be turned over to CPS. So his wife comes and gets their little boy. She's able to talk to Abrego Garcia for just a couple of minutes. He is, of course, distraught. He is confused. He is crying and he is whisked off by ICE. So immediately, she begins to try to locate him in the ICE detainee locator tool and is unsuccessful. What we know now based on, and this is the way that the lawyers frame it, they say based on information and belief. Right, Nene? They know that he was transported around several different places. So we know he went from Maryland to Louisiana. We know that he went to Texas and all of that between the 12th and the 14th. All of this time, he is saying to them, I have judicial relief. I need to speak to an ICE agent. I need to go before an immigration judge. I have judicial relief, right? He keeps being told falsely that when he gets to Texas, he is going to go before an immigration judge. They bring him some papers. They don't really explain what the papers are. They just tell him when he gets to Texas, he's going to go before an immigration judge, and he signs the papers and he goes to Texas. When he's in Texas, this is the first time that he overhears some ICE guards saying that he and the others are being deported to El Salvador. So when he talks to his wife that evening, he is panicking because he knows what can happen to him in El Salvador. And he tells his wife, get a hold of my mother, let her know that they are sending me to El Salvador and I need them to come get me. And I don't know what you're talking. Oh, okay, I got you. So so she does. And I'm going to leave you right there on March 14th that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is in a detention center in Texas. And he's just found out that he is going to be deported to El Salvador. So we're going to pin that right there. Now I'm going to pick up with a whistleblower case. Yeah, the emotional trauma that his son endured is absolutely crazy. And my understanding is his wife does have a lawsuit right now regarding this whole thing. That's my understanding. But let me tell you what happens with this whistleblower case, because this is why I said the DOJ is compromised and a threat to the country. Partly because of what we just discussed with Mayor Eric Adams in New York, but also because of this. So I'm a Department of Justice lawyer at this time. Remember, we're on March 14th of this year. And he is told on March the 14th that he is going to be promoted. And he is going to be promoted. He's told on the 14th that it's going to be effective on the 21st. And he's going to be promoted to acting deputy director of the Office of Immigration Litigation. So appreciate you, Small City. So the Office of Immigration Litigation is a specific department within the DOJ. And he's being told he is about to be promoted to acting deputy director of the Office of Litigation. They call it OIL. Shortly after being told that he's getting this promotion, he is pulled into a meeting. Let me tell you the other individuals that were present in this meeting. It is Mr. Refuting, and he is summoned to the meeting by Drew Ensign. Drew Ensign is the Deputy Assistant Attorney General of Oil, okay, which is the Office of Immigration Litigation. At the meeting were the Principal Assistant Deputy Attorney General, Emil Bovee, Counselor to the Deputy Attorney General, James McHenry. So that is the lawyer for the Deputy Attorney General. So that means, y'all get it, right? He's the lawyer. So every department has a lawyer. So you have the counselor to the Department of Homeland Security. You have a counselor to the DOD. You have a counselor to the Deputy Attorney General. Got it? So he's another lawyer that's present. And you have the Associate Deputy Attorney General, Paul Perkins. Drew Ensign, who's the acting director for Oil, right? And Mr. Ravenny have his direct supervisor, August Flente, also in the room with some other Office of Immigration Litigation attorneys. So it's a full house. Okay. So at this point, the meeting starts and Emil Bovee indicates to everyone in attendance that Donald Trump is about to sign the presidential proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act. And he tells them that one or more planes are going to be taking off that contain people who are subject to the AEA. And they're going to be taking off over the weekend, meaning Saturday, March the 15th and Sunday, March the 16th. And he says, no other details other than the planes need to take off no matter what. And then Emil Bovee makes a remark concerning the possibility that there's going to be a court order that might enjoin those removals before they could be effectuated. So what does that mean? He says, listen, there might be a court order that is relative to those people that are going to be removed. And that court order may come before we can get these people on the plane and these planes out of U.S. airspace. And then he says this. This is what the whistleblower case says. It says, Bovee stated that the DOJ would need to consider telling the courts, quote unquote, fuck you, and ignore any such court order. Now, remember that Emil Bovee has been nominated for a lifetime appointment as a federal judge to the Third Circuit. He has been going through the Senate confirmation hearing process. I want you to hear what he says when questioned specifically about this, because Mr. Ravenny is the hero, because he has text messages and receipts about all of this. All of this. So let me share this with you. Oops. Oh, shit. I know they're like, what just happened, Danny? Because you went away. Sorry, that was me. I hit the wrong button. Okay. Here we go. Hold on to your pearls, people.
In the complaint, it says, Bovee stated that DOJ would need to consider telling the courts, fuck you, and ignoring any such court order. Did you say anything of that kind in the meeting?
Senator, I have no recollection of saying anything of that kind. To the extent I
Wouldn't you recall, Mr. Bovee, if you said or suggested during a meeting with Justice Department lawyers that maybe they should consider telling the court, fuck you? It seems to me that would be something you'd remember, unless that's the kind of thing you say frequently.
Well, I've certainly said things encouraging litigators at the department to fight hard for valid positions that we have to take in defense
And
of
have
our
you
clients.
frequently suggested that they say fuck you and ignore court orders? Is that also something you frequently do, such you might not remember doing it on this occasion?
No, and as I explained, I've never
So
directed.
did you or did you not make those comments during that meeting?
Which comments, Senator?
You really need me to repeat it? Did you suggest, as Mr. Ruveni wrote, that DOJ would need to consider telling the courts fuck you and ignore any such court order?
I did not suggest that there would be any need to consider ignoring court orders. At the point of that meeting, there were no court orders to discuss.
Well, did you suggest telling the courts fuck you in any manner?
I don't recall.
You just don't remember that.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Thank you very much.
I don't recall.
This process with,
I need for you all to understand that this is the assistant deputy attorney general saying, I don't recall if I said to a room full of Department of Justice attorneys to tell the court to tell the courts fuck you and ignore their court orders. Right, Scarlett. He's literally saying fuck you to us and the hearing. Exactly. Now, he's definitely unfit to be a federal judge, 100%. Now, I want to explain where we're at with this process. In this hearing, the Democrats wanted like a full debate on Emil Bovi. GOP Republicans have the majority of the Senate, so they wanted to take a vote, which means there's nothing the Dems can do, because even if they all vote no, the GOP has the majority and they can confirm him. So I listened to Senator Sheldon Whitehouse explain the reason they did what they did. So here's what they did. The Senate Democrats that are on the Senate Judiciary Committee walked out before the vote, which broke the quorum. You have to have a quorum in order to hold the vote. So the GOP senators called for a quorum. They did not have it. Thank you, Kira. And they took the vote anyway. So now the Senate Judiciary Democrats will be going to the parliamentarian to get her to say that that vote did not count because there wasn't a quorum. Okay. So this is just the committee. This is the committee, Marky Johnson, not for the whole Senate. Right. It takes a quorum to hold a vote. Okay. People are trying to talk to me right now and I can't. So we'll see what happens. I'm hopeful simply because this parliamentarian has, stuck to a quorum means a certain number of people have to be present in order for you to vote. So in the Senate's case, let me just see. Judiciary Committee, quorum. So it has to be a one third of its members have to be there in order to transact business, right? So for voting on measures, they have to vote on measures and be there. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. So they're going to mix Spike. Don't say that. And the reason why I say that is we don't speak things that we don't want to happen. I hate it when people speak something negatively as if it's a fact, because none of us have a crystal ball, right? And you don't know what's going to happen. And Rosebud, I have no idea what you're talking about when you say you were blocked for no reason. Because if you were blocked, I wouldn't be able to see you. Okay. I mean, I literally don't know what you're talking about. So listen, folks, what people need to do is to, what's up, St. Germain? So let me just say this, folks. You have to 100%. Oh, she said that I can see her because that's her backup account. I don't know. But listen, folks, you've got to stop saying the negative things that you do not want to transpire. It's not helpful. Right? Yeah, today is very weird. All right. So listen, that's where we are. There's an argument going to be about whether breaking that quorum nullifies the vote or not. Okay. Yeah, I keep telling you all, and I'm going to say this one more time, and then I'm going to get back to this whistleblower case because I still have a ton to do. Listen, if you're a Christian, they call it declaring and decreeing. Call those things that are not as though they are. Right? If you're a Wiccan or whatever, you call it a spell. Right? You're casting a spell. You're literally spelling it. Right? If you are a spiritualist, you call it manifesting, right? People call it different things, but no one denies the fact that the energy that you put out, when combined with your words, brings things to pass. So one of the things that you have control over is to not speak the things that you do not want to become so. Do y'all walk around saying, I'm going to gain 20 pounds this year? I hope not. Why? Because you don't want to gain 20 pounds. At least most of us don't, right? You don't get in your car and say, oh, I bet I'm going to have a car accident today. You don't do that. Why? Because you don't want to have one. So don't say that about all of these other things. If you don't want people to get away with doing the crimes and the things that they're doing, then stop saying they're going to get away with it. See, everybody wants everybody else to fix the things that are going wrong in this country, but you can't even fix your own mouth. You can't even fix your own thoughts. People want everybody else to be responsible for what's happening to us, but we continue to say and do the things that perpetuate the problems. Got it? You want everybody to fix what you're saying all the time. People can't undo all of what you're doing. I personally do not believe he will get confirmed. I don't. I believe that if enough people do the work that they need to do and contact their senators, there are enough GOP senators that are speaking out right now against the Trump administration, and they've got enough on their plates with the Jeffrey files that y'all might want to make it happen. We can get a couple of people. Do y'all understand that they have needed J.D. Vance to cast the tie-breaking vote so many times? All we need is a few of them damn Senate Republicans. And if they don't know that you disagree with this, they'll keep doing the status quo. You have to let them know. If you want this to be your country, you might want to act like it's your damn country. Speak over this country the way you speak over your family. Speak over our government the way you speak over your household. You walking around speaking negativity all the time in your own life? No, then stop doing it. Do you want the system to never change? Then stop saying it will never change. It really makes me angry. Let me tell y'all why we are in the state that we are in. Because we keep wanting everybody else to do our work for us. That's why we are so close to losing democracy in this moment. It's because we put that shit just all in a crock pot and we just let it go. I don't know how many ways I can say this, folks. Ask yourself, are you disciplined with your thoughts? Are you disciplined with your words? Are you disciplined? Because I'm going to tell you something. Them fucking GOP Republicans, they're disciplined as hell. They're so disciplined, they wrote a 900-page playbook. That's how disciplined they are. They've been disciplined for the past 50 fucking years. And Democrats are still trying to live on shit that we did in the 60s. I feel like I should be playing Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? Because that's what people are saying to the Democratic Party is, what have you done for me lately? When is the last significant piece of legislation for the people besides what the Biden administration was able to get accomplished regarding infrastructure and jobs and the CHIPS and Science Act, which most people don't even know what that did for them? Most people don't even know. Greg Abbott is sitting down there in Texas telling y'all that your electricity is so damn stable because he's so great. And the truth of the matter is, it's because of Biden. It's because of the money that came from the federal government under Joe Biden. One march ain't going to cut it. One summer of marches isn't enough. It starts in your daily life. How much do you sit around and think about how many of you all can picture the type of country you want? Because I can picture what I want Congress to look like one day. I can picture it. Every day, this is going to be my challenge to you. Every day, I want you to spend 3 minutes. 3 minutes with your eyes closed, picturing the type of country you want this to be. Picture the type of communities you want. Picture the type of schools you want. Picture the type of healthcare you want. Just 3 minutes a day. Can you imagine how powerful it would be if the collective did that? Do you know what happens when a multitude of people are on the same energetic wavelength? Do you know what happens? Miracles happen. That's what happens, people. That's what happens. So I just need to say that for you all. And for the person who said it, I hope you don't feel like I'm picking on you because I say it to everybody. Everybody. It just frustrates my soul. It frustrates my soul because we talk about things all the time that we can't control. But this is something that you can control. You can control what you say. You can control. And sometimes you can't control every thought. But when a thought comes in that you don't want, I do old school. I literally go control alt delete and I delete the thought. I say control alt delete because I know I'm a human being. So sometimes it's going to creep in there, but I can get rid of it. And then I can replace it with something else that I want. This is the baby thing. When we master this one thing, we will be so powerful. I'm not kidding, y'all. And I don't care what has happened in the past. I don't care what people tell you is possible. I don't care. Because I'll tell you what, nobody ever thought that women would be in Congress. Well, somebody thought it because it happened, right? There was a time when women were thought to only be teachers and nurses. There was a time when Black and brown people were only considered to be able to do certain jobs, right? We don't have Black jobs anymore. We don't have Black jobs. We don't have white jobs. We don't have yellow jobs. We don't have blue jobs. We don't have red jobs. We have jobs. That's it. And you get to choose. Yeah, I'm there too. Yes, which he is. Yes, which he is. Okay, folks. I just needed to get that off my chest. um yeah, you're welcome. All right, so listen. So remember, we are now on March 14th. Okay. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's not a bot, by the way, y'all. He's real. He just followed me over here from Facebook. And he's sitting in Texas, finding out that he's going to be deported to El Salvador. And on that same day, you have Emil Bovee with all of DOJ in a room telling them that they're going to be putting people on planes over the weekend. Those planes have to take off no matter what. And that there's a court order that may come before they can make that happen. And they may need to consider telling the courts, quote unquote, fuck you, and ignoring those court orders. Okay. Mr. Refuting describes kind of everybody's reaction to that. He says everybody kind of looks stunned. They're giving like awkward and nervous glances to each other. And then shortly after that, everybody's just kind of corralled out of the room, right? And when he leaves this meeting, he has this understanding that surely that's not what's going to happen. He even talks to his supervisor, August Flinte, about it. And August agrees with him. And he's like, surely this is not something that's going to take place because in the history of the DOJ, to his knowledge, and he's been there for 15 years, right? Oh, I know, Kira. In the history of the DOJ, it has never been their policy to inform the agencies of the United States government to disregard the orders of a federal court. In fact, their responsibility is to do the exact opposite. What happens is when there is a federal court, or when there is a court order, the DOJ attorneys get with the attorneys for those agencies, and together they develop the guidance that needs to be disseminated to everybody within that agency in order for them to be in compliance with the court order. Okay? So that's what happens. So where are we at now? So I'm going to give you just the high level overview because it's already 4 p.m. And I still have a tremendous amount to do. But let me just tell you what happens. Drew Ensign represents the government in this case, because sure enough, that night, shortly after 1 a.m. on the night of the 14th, morning of the 15th, the ACLU does in fact file a complaint in federal court to prevent 5 Venezuelans from being deported, right? Nini, the voting hasn't been scheduled because the debate has to go before the parliamentarian now. Okay. So the ACLU files this court case 1 something in the morning on the 15th. When Erez Raveni gets up in the morning, he reads through their case, through the plaintiff's case. And it is only when he reads the case that is filed by the ACLU that he learns that they plan to deport these people to El Salvador, to CCOT, which is, as we know, one of the worst prisons in the world that engages in human rights abuses, violations, and torture. So he didn't learn that from Emil Bovey. He didn't learn that from Drew Ensign. He learned it from reading this complaint filed by the ACLU. And so after Judge Boasberg reads the ACLU's complaint, he issues a ex parte temporary restraining order for those 5 defendants, for those 5 plaintiffs. And then he says, we're going to have a hearing for later this afternoon, because it's a Saturday, y'all. We're going to have a hearing on whether or not we need to expand this temporary restraining order to include other people. Okay. So when they do that, the Justice Department, the DOJ, and the Department of Homeland Security now understand we're on the clock, right? We are on the clock because it is already 10 o'clock in the morning and they're going to have a hearing at 4. That hearing gets pushed back to 5 p.m. Okay. And then guess what happens? At 10:18, I love Erez Raveni. I believe that when we get through all of this, Erez Raveni should get some sort of medal. He should get some sort of recognition because he will be a huge part of what has saved the judiciary. So anyway, he emails the court and he says to the court, we received your temporary restraining order and that information has been disseminated to all the appropriate parties that need to be aware of it. So that's his job, to tell the court, all right, gotcha. We got your order. I've disseminated to everybody and everybody knows. So then fast forward to 5 p.m. Okay. It is 5 p.m. The hearing has started. And Drew Ensign is representing the government. The ACLU is there. The ACLU is there representing their clients. Judge Boasberg is asking very direct questions. are planes actually taking off? Are people being staged to be put onto planes to be deported? Are there people being staged that are subject to the Alien Enemies Act? Drew Ensign looks at the judge and says, I don't know. Now, what we know now, because we have access to the text messages, is Mr. Ravenny, who is listening on the public line, is like, oh shit, he just lied to the judge. So Ravenny texts a colleague and says, oh shit, pretty much, he just lied to the judge. And he's like, he got the email that I sent him from the ACLU. He knows that those planes are taking off in the next 24 hours, right? And his friend is like, yeah, are you with him on this? Does he might not get out of this without being sanctioned, right? This is the conversation that's happening via text. The text messages are also in the link tree. So during this time, the judge is saying, can you give me specific details about any plans for departures? And Drew Ensign says something to the effect of, oh, we might be able to do that without this public line that's going on. Bottom line is they lie. They don't tell him anything, any of that, right? So they break for a recess because Judge Boasberg says, hey, listen, I'm going to give you a little bit of time for you to dig in and find out some more information. Because the ACLU says, hey, listen, Your Honor, because he asks him, how long will it take for you to give me that information? And Drew Ensign says, oh, we can get it to you in our court filing tomorrow night. And the ACLU attorney says, Your Honor, no, no, we can't wait till Sunday night because according to our sources, according to people on the ground, according to public reporting, there are people staged right now on the tarmac in Texas getting ready to be deported to El Salvador. And guess what? They're right, because we now know that at this time, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, 22 other Salvadorians, and 238 Venezuelans have been led out of the detention center in Texas. They've been taken to the airport in Texas, and they are being staged to fly. So they reconvene at 6:00. Now, in between that time, the ACLU attorneys have emailed Drew Ensign and Mr. Ravenny, and they have told them the specific dates, the specific times of the two planes that have already taken off during the hearing. Y'all, they literally put the planes in the air when the hearing started to get them out of U.S. airspace. Drew Ensign, once again, lies to the court. Mr. Ravenny is texting and he says this ends with nothing except a nationwide temporary restraining order, right? And he says, it looks like we're about to tell the courts, fuck you. Super. And his friend replies back and says, Pamela Joe Bondi is, not you. So what does that tell you? That tells you that this other person knows that Emil Bovee made the comment about telling the courts, fuck you, because he didn't say, what do you mean? Because he said there's about to be a decision point on fuck you. His friend didn't say, what do you mean a decision point on fuck you? He said, yeah, nah. Are you with him on this? Like, do you know? Like, Pamela Joe Bondi is going to be saying fuck you, not you. That tells you for sure Emil Bovee said that in that meeting the day before. Long story short, there is a class-wide, nationwide temporary restraining order issued. But by that time, all three planes are in the air. Now, guess what else? The judge actually says The Venezuelans are now in Venezuela. So guess what else? Judge Boasberg tells Drew Ensign at the end of that hearing, he says, I don't care how you do it, but anybody that is not on a plane needs to not be put on a plane. Anybody that is on a plane in the United States need to not be taken anywhere. Anybody that is in the air needs to be turned around, whether you turn them around in the air or whether you never deplane them and you bring them back after they land in El Salvador. I don't care how you do it, but all those people better be back here. That never happens, as y'all know. They are found in contempt. Yeah, that's what he says. I'll tell y'all what he specifically says. You all want the exact words? Because I believe I said it pretty close to what he said, but I'll tell you exactly what he said. Hold on, I got to go back. Here it is. I'm going to read it verbatim. You ready? If you are looking at the whistleblower document that's in the link tree, it is on page 12, third paragraph from the top. And it says, you shall inform your clients of this immediately, and that any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States. But those people need to be returned to the United States. However that's accomplished, whether turning around a plane or not embarking anyone on the plane, or those people covered by this on the plane, I leave to you. But this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately. Jack White, hush. So this is when it gets really crazy, y'all, because Erez Raveni is sending text messages and emails to everyone, trying to get compliance and guidance that people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. I'm going to give it to you in a nutshell because, like I said, I need to wrap this up. But here's what happens. Over the course of all of these emails and these text messages that Erez Raveni is sending, okay, eventually everybody stops replying to him. He's copying the folks from the Department of State, the Department of Homeland Security, everybody in all the people in DOJ. He's copying everybody on these because he is absolutely covering his ass because he knows his name is the one on this court case. Okay. What he eventually finds out from Joseph Massara and McHenry is that DOJ leadership, as in Emil Bovee and Pamela Jo Bondi, are telling DHS leadership not to obey the court order and not to give that guidance. I'm not sure, Marky. Everybody else seems fine, right? And the litigators, as in Erez Raveni, August Flinte, are telling them to obey the court's orders. So eventually, Joseph Mazzara from the Department of Homeland Security says, apparently, DOJ doesn't have its shit together. Y'all are not all in agreement. He says, all of us are in agreement. He literally says that the Department of Homeland Security, from the top to the bottom, are all in alignment. They are all in agreement as to what needs to happen. And it's the Department of Justice that isn't. Because the leadership at the Department of Justice is on board with the Department of Homeland Security to defy court orders, but the litigators are not. It becomes a major, major problem. This goes on for 3 weeks with 3 separate court cases. Even the Kilmar Abrego case specifically, because they ask Erez Raveni to lie to the court and misrepresent facts and tell them that that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a leader of the MS organization, which they had no proof of. And he says, I cannot tell the court that unless we have like a declaration from someone. So they get him a declaration from Robert Senna, right? But guess what Robert Senna says? In the highlighted part, Robert Senna says, on March the 15th, 2025, 2 planes carrying aliens being removed under the AEA and 1 carrying aliens with Title 8 removal orders departed the United States for El Salvador. Abrego Garcia, a native and citizen of El Salvador, was on the 3rd flight and thus had his removal order to El Salvador executed. This removal was an error. That's literally what the ICE Department of Homeland Security guy said. And that is what Refuting told the court. Do y'all understand that as a result of errors, Refuting telling the court the truth, they put him on administrative leave on April the 5th. They fired him April the 11th from the Department of Justice for having integrity and for doing what he is supposed to do. That is what happened. He filed this whistleblower case June 24th of 2025. You can read it. I'm giving you the overview of it, right? But it is there for telling the truth. Absolutely. Because they wanted him to lie. They got Drew Ensign to lie to the court. The leadership of DOJ and DHS, they all were on board with defying court orders. All of them. Pam Bondi, Emil Bowie, all of the attorneys at the Department of Homeland Security, they should all have their license to practice law revoked. They should be prosecuted. That's what should happen. It should not be. It should not be that Emil Bowie is going through the nomination process to be a lifetime appointment for a federal judge. When I say that the Department of Justice is a threat to the country, I'm serious. It's not hyperbole. I'm not fear-mongering. I am 100% telling you based on the evidence that has been presented. You said they're messing with my stream. Somebody else said that at all. Somebody else said that too. I don't know. You all, the American Oversight Organization filed a lawsuit in court against the Department of Justice because they have filed filed FOIA requests, which is the Freedom of Information Act requests, very specific. They are fantastic. Titan, no, buddy. My cat wants to get in the way. And the DOJ, despite acknowledging request of those FOIA receipts, has yet to respond to those in the 4 or 5 months since they have been received. So now they have to take legal action to get the documents that they want. Right? This is where we are. We are at a place. What are you doing, buddy? Where our Department of Justice is, in fact, a threat to the country. We have members of Congress that are doing the bidding of one person. You see him? And not what's in the best interest of the country. Yeah, he was tiny when I got him. He wants me to nudge his head. He's something else. He's so rotten. No, he's not tiny anymore. He was a neonatal rescue. He was 2 pounds and 13 ounces when I got him, and he was 2 months old. To give you guys an idea, Bella, my middle grandbaby, my granddaughter, she was 1 pound 3 ounces at birth. He was twice the size of my granddaughter. He's 4, Steffi G. He's 4, and he was tiny. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hi, buddy. You just saw the pic of her in one of my bids. Yeah. Yeah. His markings are awesome. We'll have a Titan moment. But see, he has a row of like little spots that go down his belly. There's about 8 of them. Here, move. You want to say hi? Say hi to the people. Right. He is my boy. He's mad at me because I made him uncomfortable. He's just sitting on my lap now. Yes, there are people that are watching the attempted redistricting in yeah, he got pissed because I moved him. I showed his belly. He didn't like it. Yeah, people are watching the attempted redistricting in Texas. I believe that they should do the exact thing. I think that Democrats should leave, and so that there's not a quorum. I think they should go to a place like California, so that if Abbott attempts to get at them, uh, Gavin Newsom will be there to stand his ground and say absolutely not. Yeah, we're not going to redistrict Texas so that Republicans pick up 5 seats. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. So, yeah, Kenneth Paxton is a corrupt asshole as well. Kenneth Paxton is corrupt as shit. And the Texas GOP is who saved him. Oh, Alina, Hava got rejected just a couple of hours ago. I've been live, so I don't know. Yeah, I know he won't. My daughter lives out there, so yeah, she is rock nerd 100%. Oh, I believe that. Yeah, 100%. So, listen folks, I've been on for 4 hours. They are napping. I'm going to finish. I'm one of those people that I like my house clean before I leave. So I'm going to go so that I can cuz I still have to work even while we're at the beach. I will be live even though we're at the beach, guys. That will still be happening. Um I love that. New Jersey said nope and went with her assistant. Beautiful. Love that. Um so what I will do is I'm going to get off for now. I need to, yeah, that will be happening. And I've got to, Mila's waking up, good timing. But I've got to clean house, pack, make sure that I have all my work stuff packed, make sure I have everything for the kiddos. Hi, babes, you took a nap? Will we be on the, yeah, you'll be out there with me. I will tell you this. I will probably, so when I'm there, folks, I will not be showing you anything that is geographically identifiable, just because that's just something I don't do until after I have left places, and then I can tell people where I'm at, where I've been, rather. But you'll get to see some beach while I'm there, and all of that. It just won't be, it won't. You'll be like, Okay, it's an ocean. Great. You'll be like, yay, there's some ocean. There's ocean and sand. Fun. Yeah, but that's it. So yeah, I still have work to do and I will be live. I'm going to do my best to do graphics and the other template email for you as well before I go. Right. In Wisconsin, that's a lot. Yeah. Mm-mm. All right. Love y'all back. Appreciate you very much. I didn't even finish this granola bar, but I got to put something on my stomach. Love you much. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, so we're going to have a good time. And take care of yourselves. Make sure that you are on it. Call your senators. Email them, folks. Write your letters to the editor. Please, please, please tag your representatives online about this bullshit. Yeah, they don't get the country. Yep, judges oust former Trump defense attorney Alina Bobby as U.S. attorney. I love that. Good for her. Good for her. She shouldn't even have a damn law license, to be honest. I just think that lawyers who lie in court shouldn't be lawyers. All right, love you much. Appreciate you guys. Who cares where you go or what you do? You do, Chatsworth. You're here. You do. You do, because you're here. He said, Chatsworth, who cares where you go and what you do? You do. You came in here. Bless it. Yeah, Habo was rejected. Abo was rejected. Yes, 100%. Yep, 3-minute visualizations every morning. You got that. Yep, Stacey D in the place to be. It's just hilarious to me. They come in saying things that I'm just like, did somebody not hug you? Yes, manifest good shit. Bye, everybody. I'll see you later. Bye. You ready, babes?